T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Choose it. There ain't no way we'll lose it.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. We're not gonna take it. Screw them. Oh man, I tell you guys, this is just funny to me. I can't help myself but laugh. The whole time I'm listening to the Twisted Sisters singing, "We're not gonna take it anymore," and I'm just looking at this picture the whole time. I'm going, "Yeah, sure you are." I don't. Do you remember when this was acceptable? What happened? What happened to society? Oh man. Uh, I look back on this and I go, what were we doing? What were we thinking? It was cool back then. Why does this just not age well? I don't know. Oh man. This just ages very poorly. Anyway, Danny says he just saw that I said first and then I wasn't even first. Hayden beat me to it. I couldn't even beat Hayden to it. Hayden, if Bjork's listening, I don't have the new van in yet. I didn't have a chance to work on it last night. I need to work on it a little bit more before I can get it in here. But the new van will be coming. Danny says, "Yeah, yeah. How was it ever a thing to dress like that? What were we going through? What kind of time period were we going through?" Uh, don't worry, Bjork. I'm gonna be working on. I gotta. So it didn't transfer over as a PNG, and it wasn't really easy for me to just like. And I noticed that the copy that I sent to you was the one without the symbol and the 2 weeks on the license plate, so I got to fix that all up and everything. So I didn't have a chance to get all to that, but I'll work on it this weekend. Miss Harris, good morning. I noticed somebody said good morning, Miss Harris. Good morning to all of you guys. Danny says just like Criss Cross used to wear pants backwards. Some of the stuff we do. Yeah, I'll show you your 20-second video, Father. Hold on a second. Father sent me this. I'll show you guys. This is pretty funny. Check this out. Father made this for me. This is pretty funny. Wait, I gotta get my stuff off the screen here.
Let's start off with telling you about a little bit about myself. My name is Casey Shaw. I'm 39 years old. I own AMC shares, and I live in a van down by the river.
Yeah, I'm living in it. I don't care. I'm gonna live in that thing. Alan says, Melvin Capital. Alan, welcome back. Have you heard? Did you hear Alan? That's funny. Balaclava says, what's up with that candle? Yeah, this thing kind of jumped a little bit here. It was actual volume. 2,179 shares. Man, the VIX was up 11.61 yesterday. Is that the total for yesterday? Hold on a second, guys. I gotta look at this. Interesting. Living the dream in a river, in a van down by the river. Bjork says AMC to dead. I miss I do miss Chan Chan just a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't know about you guys, but I really kind of miss Chan Chan. There was something I don't know, there was something it felt like home when Chan Chan would show up. AMC to dead. I got to stall here, guys. I got like at least 10 more minutes I got to stall for. I don't have anything really to talk about today. What do you guys want to talk about? Let me see. I haven't even gone through all my notifications or anything. Like I got blown up last night on Twitter. I have no idea what about. I haven't gone through any of it yet. I feel like maybe I'm unnotified today. I'm unnotified today. I don't know what's going on. What is going on? You guys tell me. Guitar jam this morning. AMC Father says it's a really weird spike before the morning spike, isn't it? Yeah. The order book isn't even that, it's not even that filled right now. It's pretty empty. Balaclava says, let's talk about Red Dead Redemption. My son and I were talking about that game just the other day, Balaclava, as far as like the HUD goes. We were referencing, he's playing Dark Souls right now, and I showed him some other game. I can't remember what it was, and he goes, "That HUD's terrible." And then we managed to find our way onto Red Dead Redemption, and he does the whole like Italian. Mwah. He, I've never seen my son do that before, and I thought that was really funny. I was like, he did the Italian kiss with his fingers and everything to the lips, and about Red Dead Redemption's HUD, and I was just kind of like, okay. I was like, it was a masterpiece. Dog says, I was watching Tucker the other night and he mentioned asset bubbles. I died laughing. For those of you who didn't watch Jerome Powell one time, in fact, actually, we have a video somewhere floating around of Jerome Powell. I think we spliced that thing up and posted it. You know what? Let me pull it back up. I think I have that. I think I have that somewhere. Hold on. We'll play a little Jerome Powell asset bubbles here. I think my son cut that up for me. Hold on a second here. Where did I put that? I probably would have put something like that under helpful videos, of course. Nope, I didn't put it under helpful videos. Oh, I put it under interviews and presentations. Don't ask.
That's
Don't ask why I do the things I do. You know, I'll tell you guys something funny here. Another funny story here in just a second, but right after we listen to Jerome's Powell's bowels.
that's well within the range of a normal yield
Wait, hold on a second. That may have not been loud enough for you guys. Let me see.
curve of a
Yeah, you need it louder. Let's pump that up.
normal.
Let's pump it up some more. All right, let's try that. Here we go. Jerome's Powell's bowels.
That's well within the range of a normal yield curve of a normal
asset bubbles. Asset bubbles.
He cut that up for me. Oh man, it was like literally the very next interviewer got up there, or the next reporter got up there and literally said asset bubbles right after that happened. And man, that was funny. I can't. Björk says, I posted my Mars harmonics chart in the Discord. The lines are about to line up again after 2 years. This means AMC will moon. 1000%. Let's pull it up. Hmm. Yes, I see. Such beautiful charts. I love this. I feel like I should be stoic like Butthead when he goes, yes. Or what did he say? He get all like stoic. This uh this is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. There's nothing more beautiful than this. So it's a moving average. We have an alignment over here. We have 4-point, 3-point, 2-point touch, 1-point touch, the harmonics all aligned, and then start splitting apart. We got the 4-point touch, the 3-point touch, 2-point touch, 1-point touch. I see May down here, and this must be June. Question mark. Is it all coming back together? Sine waves. It's really funny. I didn't know sine waves was a thing in market trading until within this last year. I swear, guys, I've learned so much in this last year. Sine waves. In the industry that I worked in, oscilloscopes are something you use. Oftentimes you'll have like a pattern or a shape that you need to get on an oscilloscope to when you're beam tuning an implanter and you're going like, what the hell are you talking about? It's space stuff, don't worry. But what I'm talking about is alignments of sine waves. And when you have the alignment of sine waves across, apparently, when you have the alignment of sine waves across multiple time intervals. So what I would ask you, Björk, is that I'm noticing that the time interval on here is 1 day. So what you should be looking for is what you've charted right here. Is this also occurring on another time interval? Once you start to see this start to occur over other time intervals, the same pattern that you're defining right here, that is when you really know that you exponentially have a much larger chance of having a run up on a stock. But yes, you have an alignment. You have an alignment of the sine waves here, and this is legitimately a thing. You guys can look up. Gosh, why am I forgetting the name of the? Shoot, hold on a second. Let me look it up. It's escaping me right now. Something sine wave. Something. It's like two names. Give me 1 second. I'm on the page. Hilbert. It's the Hilbert sine wave. Hilbert sine waves. It's been a known indicator and something that is heavily tracked by really smart people. I mean, Hilbert obviously is John. It says here Hilbert sine wave was developed by John Ehlers and first published in his book Rocket Science for Traders. The indicator uses an algorithm originally applied to digital signal processing that measures the amount of cyclical energy in a stream of data. For example, a stream of market prices. Now, I had no idea this existed. And I work in an industry where, using a digital signal, you try to align sine waves, and that's how you know you've got your beam tuned correctly. And so when I started seeing the sine waves and some of the patterns uh, for the moving averages, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember what oscillator we were using to. I don't remember what it was I was using, but I was looking at something and we saw these very cyclical periods of time where it was all starting to line up. It might have been RSI and something else. I don't remember what it was, but it might have been moving average and RSI, possibly. I forget what it was. But anyways, I was looking at it, I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this before in what I do for a living. I said, this looks like something. And so I looked it up, and sure enough, um, the Hilbert sine wave, and I posted something to Astro about it as soon as I saw it. I was like, holy crap, this is a thing. Check this out. And I started posting it everywhere, and nobody jumped on it. I was like, all right, whatever. But yeah, the sine waves are, when you relate it to some of the oscillators that occur naturally in the market. And this is what's so beautiful. This is what's so beautiful, Bjork. You know my suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's motion and energy. That's motion and energy. That's all it is. You're talking about compression, uh, suck, right? Intake, compression, um, ignition, and exhaust, and it causes motion. The end result from all of those things happening in an engine is motion, power, energy. I never really put two and two together, but that's exactly what happens inside the market. The market's actually trading on energy. It's a type of energy. It's a springing motion or action that's created through the suppression of of shares being moved through the market. So, anyways, I haven't been reading what you guys are writing on the side. Yeah, Hilbert sine wave. Go check it out. Go read about it. Um, it's kind of a cool thing to read up on. Watcher says, Casey, I'm a young student ape who has a lot of questions. Do you think that if the market goes more south, margin calls will come, thus shooting this thing up? Yes, it could. It could. It just depends on where margins happen at, right? Um, the market moving downwards would have the effect of causing um, hedge funds to not have the correct balance or margins that they need to maintain in order to have a margin call not be called on them, right? And so if they go outside those limits, the margin calls start happening, and that's the end of it. Now, of course, you're not going to start with the big fish, right? The guys that are going to get fried first, Watcher, is going to be the guys at the bottom of the barrel, the small fish, the small hedge funds. They're going to be the ones that fail first, just because they don't have as much money to be able to move around, and when they start failing, it's going to just kind of move up the chain. One bad fish in a barrel kills the rest of them. Cost of borrow isn't going up because of those shares that they have lent out, and the what are those called again? The security lending, those short-term shares that they lent out. 50, is it now 52 days? We'll find out here in a second. It might be 52 days ago, 52 trading business days ago, are preventing cost of borrow to go up because they know that those shares still exist and can be returned at any time. And since those shares can be returned at any time, they are shares that are lendable, which is why the cost of borrow is not going up. And that's like 30 million, over 30 million shares. So that's why you still see a low cost to borrow but a high utilization, because those shares are being utilized, but they're not actually, they could be returned at any moment because they're on a short-term loan. A short-term loan that's lasted over 50 days. Name my favorite people in Red Dead? I don't know. I mean, obviously Arthur. Shoot. I don't know. I don't know if I really even like have like favorite people. It's a good question. Somebody asked me something else before. Said, "What was your most favorite interaction?" I maybe even been you. One of my favorite interactions was uh, the cannibals, the brother and sister cannibals, the big guy and his sister. I think it was his sister. I don't know. Nasir, good morning. Ralph says, "What's your opinion on AMC Bingham's last video on SEC rules?" I haven't watched it. I just saw it was like a 15-minute video when I woke up. I started to hit play on it this morning, and I didn't have 15 minutes to complete it, so I paused it and said, "Okay, that'll be later." Yeah, not a problem, watcher. It's 8:30, guys. I want to start taking a look at the numbers here. Myself says I watched Jack Black playing some Red Dead Redemption. Dude, I've got to see that. I'm gonna be looking that up later too. Oh, Watcher 2000. Oh man. That news, I want you to just think outside the box for a second. I'm gonna be easy on you, man. I'm gonna be real easy. Have you heard? No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna go into it. I'll go into it real quickly. I want you to think about every time you read a news article, who is it supposed to benefit? Because news isn't really news unless it benefits somebody. Somebody's gonna benefit from the news. Who's the loser? Who's the gainer? Who's winning? Who's losing? So why would somebody who has clients announce that they're going to close their doors and sell all of their long positions when everybody can look up and see what those long positions are and announce it 2 months in advance? Why would anybody do that? That's incredibly ridiculously stupid. So I'm not going to tell you, because I may not even really know the answer. I'm not going to tell you what it means or what it doesn't mean. But those kind of things, when you see those kind of articles like that, you need to ask yourself those kind of questions. Who benefits from this, and who wins and who loses? Is it a signal? Are they trying to signal a posturing towards something? What is it that they're trying to achieve? One of the articles that I saw was CNBC that said that they had contacted Mel or what is it, Trading 72 or something like that. They had contacted them to find out more information, and they wouldn't say anything. Why? Is it just a signal? Would they just make an announcement like that as a signal for other people in the market to do something in unison? What does it mean? I don't know the answers. I really don't, but I can tell you one thing's for sure. They're not going to do what it is that they said they were going to do. There's no way they're announcing that kind of stuff in advance, because then that hurts their investors. Alrighty, moving on to the numbers. So I gotta log into Fidelity real quick here. Give me a second. Two-factor authentication. Unfortunately, I just got a text message from Monty. He says he's not going to be able to join this morning on the Discord. Two-factor authentication, something to consider. know how long it's going to take you to use. And I'm going to try not to read you guys off my code. One of these days it's going to happen, I just know it. I've been in a poker hand before where I actually said my hand and got away with it. I like look down at my hand. I look down at my hand and oftentimes I'll say it in my head over and over and over like a few times so I don't forget what my hand is because I don't want to look twice. You always want to look just once. And I legitimately said as they were dealing, what was it? They were dealing out the flop or something like that, and I said out loud my cards, and somebody looked over at me and kind of gave me this funny look and said, "Did you just say what your cards are?" I said, "No, no, I was saying like that's what I had a few hands ago. I really just was hoping that sure now it finally hit." I think I said it because my cards were hitting on the table, and I was like, "Yeah, sure, my cards would hit now," and they believed me. I don't even remember if I won that hand or not, but moving on. I've got Fidelity up and running. Let's take a look at our numbers. Is anyone else concerned about the ape communities expecting regarding June and a potential run-up? No expectations. That is the title for the day-to-day PC3. No expectations, find your zen. Justin, I did not talk about NSCC 003. First off, I'm just going to say this. This is what I will say about this. I don't think any of those documentations are and I haven't even read of them. But without even reading them, I can almost guarantee you that they're not MOASS killers. They're not. They're not going to kill the MOASS with these documents. And not only that, but they're not even under. Are they in the comment section period right now? I don't even. They may be in the comment section. They're not even enacted yet. So I'm not even worried about them. It's not an issue for me right now. I'm going to continue to listen to some of the other people in the community. In fact, Tim asked me last night. He says, "Have you read the document?" And I laughed, and then I said, "Come on, man. What do you think? Do you think I read them?" ADD, guys. I don't read 200, 300 page documents. I just don't. I'm going to actually rely on other people in the community to do that for me because I can't sit there and read through those kind of things. I just can't. It's not my expertise. There are guys who like Pantheon who can rip through 500-page documents in an hour or less, and probably read through it multiple times. That's not me. So I'm actually gonna be relying on some of the other people in the community. Tim's over there laughing and crying. All right, let's take a look at our numbers, guys. I'm gonna move over. You guys, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. And let's go with price prediction. Oh, hey, wait a minute. We got some funny looking stuff on the page here. Let's fix that. And this. All right, there we go. Price prediction tally points. We closed at 16.85 yesterday. I was the only one who had a $16 price range. I said 16 to 19. Eric said 17 to 20. Keto said 17.13 to 20.13, and Monty had 17 to 20. So I'm the only one for a price point for the price predictions for yesterday. Short exempt volume. $33,000 shares. Slightly up from the previous day. Still very low. Utilization. Let's refresh Ortex. It says 100%. Let me just verify that the data is updated to the 21st. It's not. Doesn't look like they're reporting utilization yet. There's no utilization yet on today's date, so we'll have to come back to that. Day over day price change was negative 2.83. Let's take a look at that off exchange. 50.63 and 13.65 were the numbers about, I think it was a little, almost close to an hour before market close. Let's see what the numbers, the final numbers were for the day yesterday. 46.98. So the last hour, you know what? Let's go back to the other page and look at this. The last hour, that means the last hour they didn't do a whole lot of price discovery being hidden in the off exchange. You want to know why they call it the power hour? There's a perfect example of why. So what happened in the last hour? Let's take it back here. Man, I sound like Jerome Powell today with my like gas bubbles in my throat. Last hour starts right here. And there's our price discovery. Imagine what AMC would look like if we had this kind of trading constantly throughout the day. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If only. Going to the top right hand side of the page, institutional ownership 187.437. Let's refresh that and see what it's changed to. That was yesterday's numbers. 187.464 for the day today. That is up about 30,000 shares in institutional ownership. My mom had asked a question yesterday. She said, weren't we in the 20% range for institutional ownership a while ago? And I didn't go back and check and see. I need to. I'm gonna go back and check and see, but I just haven't done it yet. Let's see here. Move down to max pain. So we started the week out at 19, went down to 1850 on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday were 18. I would suspect, let's go with, I'm gonna say it's gonna stay at 18 today. Let's refresh it and see. $18 it is. I'm going to show you guys one more time. Froggy's making a good point because our actual max pain really is 18, but he makes a very good point in what it is he says about what actual max pain should be compared to what's being reported. And of course, you know, the true definition of max pain has to include all open interest. But I like what it is that he's saying, and I'm gonna show it to you guys in a different light here when I switch over to the other page. Moving down to the options chain, let's do a refresh on that and see what we look like in open interest. At a $51 strike price, our lottery ticket winners. Yesterday there was 11,000 contracts. Today there's 11.1. Highest amount of open interest on the calls is at a $18.50 strike price. That is down from 20 as of yesterday. Moved down $2. Yesterday it was 18 with 14.4 thousand contract. Today it's 18 with 18.5 Not $2, $1.50. 18.5 with 16.1 thousand contracts. On the puts, at a $15 strike price, which is down from 16 from yesterday. 16, no, I'm sorry, it was 15 yesterday. 15 yesterday, there were 7.4 thousand contracts. Today there's 7.8. So the spread is about a $3.50 spread, giving us like $1.25. Sorry, not a dollar. What am I saying? $1.50. $1.75. So let's see, 15, 16, 75 as a closing price. Potentially an open interest is what it's signaling for. We're at 16.91, so we're pretty much right there. So we're looking at maybe potentially a sideways trading day today again. You guys are like, again, we went down 7% 2 days ago. Yeah, we went 6% up the day before that though. I think we're kind of looking at a sideways trading day today, for the most part, just based off of what the options are indicating. Let me move over a couple of screens here, and we'll take a look a little bit more in depth at Max Payne and Ortex. Okay, I'm gonna blind you guys here in a couple seconds with a nice big white screen. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Blinding. Man, it's so hard for me to look at even. It's rough. All right, so what we're looking at, oh man, that hurts. What we're looking at is a reporting of $18 as being the Max Payne, which is right here. And the way that Max Payne is calculated is it uses all the options and balances them out and says, okay, who are the where could price close and have the most amount of winners and losers? Now, this is true. $18 would be ideal for having the most amount of winners and losers. However, these guys over here, unless we have like a price run up, I would say that pretty much like I'm gonna go with all this. It's pretty much like screw you, because you're just not, unless there's like some kind of random run up. This is just one big gigantic mushroom cloud of a disastrous poop. Right? Okay, gone. So what does Max Payne really become when you take that out of the factor? And I think you have to kind of move it down a little bit. Potentially, just kind of like looking at what's here. There's a little bit of excess volume on this side. I would probably draw it at 17 again. Really, maybe 17, maybe right around like here. 17.25 maybe as a piss poor line. So even though Max Payne is really calculated as 18, it's really probably more like 17, because this stuff right here is a big fat X. This is a turd. Don't step in it. Don't step in it. So yeah, so 17, and I know Froggy does like 50-cent swing off of Max Payne as his style of Max Payne closing, and so that would put us at like 16.50 to 17.50 as a closing price, and I would say that's probably going to be really close, probably really close, unless something strange happens, something unpredictable, which does happen on occasions. I want to refresh utilization here and see if we can't get a number reported by Ortex for today. Yeah, still not reporting utilization today. They only have the 20th, so I can't confirm that we're at 100% utilization right now. They're still not reporting it. So I can't tell you guys that we're on day number 52, or yeah, day number 52 of 100% utilization. 52 trading days, but it was 51 yesterday. On loan amount, what's interesting is that all the other numbers are reporting. On loan, day over day dropped from 130.9 shares to 128.6. So 2.3 million shares having been taken off of loan. On loan average age per day should be shooting up as that happens. There it is, skyrocketing. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit so we can see these a little bit better. Skyrocketing up to 97.84 days old on those loans. Vortex's estimated short share interest of the free float currently at 19.16 from 19.35. A little bit of a bigger jump there. Security lending volume not spiking at all. The question that was asked earlier was why is cost to borrow so low? Well, this is the reason why. Let's get rid of everything else here. Security lending volume that occurred right here was 69.97 million. It was 70 million shares. There were about 34, I think, million shares that were returned that same day. So there's still like a 36 million or so shares out there just hanging out. And you can see that utilization drove up as soon as that happened to 100%. But because those 30 million shares are supposed to be returned, because this is only supposed to be a short-term loan, those shares are still out there. That's why your cost to borrow is not driving up, because they're still lendable shares as soon as they return. But they're currently being utilized, which is why it's at 100% utilization. But cost to borrow is not rising because those shares they're only supposed to be out for a very short period of time. Security lending volume is supposed to be a very short-term loan, something that's returned pretty quickly. But they've been out there and sitting out there in existence in somebody's pocket for 51 trading days. It's a long time, because usually the security lending volume has higher interest rates. So somebody's been sitting on a whole bunch of shares with really high interest rates, and they've been eating it. They've been eating it since February 7th. They're going on near 3 months of eating that interest. They're trying to avoid cost to borrow rising, because what happens when cost to borrow rises? All the little fish, all the little hedge funds who like to borrow shares and help with the trading back and forth, they get screwed. So somebody's front eating the interest to keep the cost to borrow low for all the rest of the hedge funds so they can continue to borrow without having any problems. Self-preservation. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list. Low volume causes that. AMC finished in 24th yesterday. We had an amazing 71% to 29% buy to sell ratio. Not bad at all. Super good. GME did not make the list. Their volume was too low to be on the top 30. Most heavily traded stocks in orders. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $15.17. Let's see. Total amount of shares borrowed so far this morning. Let's check it out. It looks like it's starting to get hard for them to borrow shares. It's getting low again. Looks like 1.87 million shares. So I'm just going to round it to 1.9 million shares. It's pretty close. Yesterday, the total amount of shares that were borrowed that we witnessed during the trading day was 1.65 million shares. It's pretty low. Today it's at 1.9. So more borrowing today. To me, that tells me that we'll probably have more volume today than we had yesterday, just because they're borrowing more shares. That's just a guess. The borrow fee is at 1.3. Still reporting inaccurate reporting on Stonko Tracker, I think. Yeah, still inaccurate reporting on Stonko Tracker. Guys, I want you to notice how high the options have already gotten for the next few weeks out. 429 is almost at 100K and out of the money options already. Like, legit, somebody's getting screwed already. Somebody's already stepping into a bunch of turds. Stop stepping in turds. Look at them, smell them, touch them. Ooh, hey, little turd. but for crying out loud, don't step in them. NASDAQ is down or I'm sorry, I shouldn't be reading this right now. The eastern side of the world, a little bit of mixed reviews. Europe looked kind of trashy. Let's see here. FTSE China and Shanghai did okay. They were green. Everything else was red. Not terribly red, but just some red. Less than 1% for most of them. The IWM is down 0.22 in the pre-market. Tesla is up 1.1. Amazon is up 0.43. Cinemark is up 1.44. Doge is up 0.41. Bitcoin is up 0.08. GameStop is up 2.2. HYMC, our gold mine, is down 0.64. Hood is up 0.1 and AMC is up 0.65%. Our inflow versus outflow yesterday, our final numbers was more outflow than inflow, even though we were mostly inflow the entire day. By about a little, actually, it looks like it was only about $500,000 more outflow. So far this morning, we've traded 13.61 thousand shares. Very, very low volume. I can almost tell you I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter what our pokey stick of volume is going to be for this morning, but I can already tell you that even if it triples that number, we'll still be looking at 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today. On the weekly, just looking at the Vortex indicator and the RSI down here, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure on the weekly, with RSI at 40.85, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.18, below average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.13, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling. Wait. Nope. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.75, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.48, which is above average. A lot of conflicting numbers in here. You can tell there's still low liquidity. And we got about 4 minutes before our pokey stick of volume here, which I can guarantee you is not going to make any difference in my prediction. Let's see. No, TF Hatter, I never read Dune. You know, there's very few books that I've ever read, TF Hatter. One of the best books that I ever did read when I liked reading, when reading wasn't as hard for me, was actually, I should say more when reading was forced upon me. And I'll tell you what, you know, the thing is, TF Hatter, I actually don't mind reading. It's just it's I can't read literature that has like Old English or, you know, heavy technical documents that's just got a lot of jumbo in it that I just don't. I just need like I need comic books. I need this makes me sound so bad. I'm Trump. Just think of me as like Trump when it comes to like reading stuff. I need bullet points. I need short and to the point, and like don't distract me when I'm trying to read. And that's it. It sounds so bad. PC3 says you're great with numbers and you let others deal with documents. Exactly. That's it. That's exactly what it is. There's plenty of people in the community who can deal with the documents. I deal with the numbers. It is what it is. Nosa says, isn't 2 weeks setting date expectations? Nope, it's not setting date expectations. It's just saying we're traveling, and we're still traveling, and we're still traveling. No expectations. It's just saying we're traveling until we're not. Good morning, Manjeet. Old Hippie wants Big Log by Robert Plant. Let me write it down on my list. Natty, that's right, Natty. Natty, good morning. I know I'm slaughtering your name. I don't even know why I try. Here's our pokey stick of volume. Ooh, look at this thing. This thing is kind of all wild. Well, if that doesn't look like a diode, or I mean a resistor. Sorry, I don't know why I said diode. Oh, I know exactly why I said diode. If you guys play Wordle, yesterday's word was oxide, but I put diode in as my second. I got Wordle in three tries yesterday. My second word was diode, and the word ended up being oxide, and I was really close. It made me kind of happy to see a word that was that related to the industry I worked in. Oh, I love the Jamiroquai song. Yes. No, so then we'll have to put that one on there for sure. I'm putting that on my list as well. I like that song. I didn't even say what book I read. Oh yeah. Um, when I was forced into reading, one of the books that I read that I really, really enjoyed was a Stephen King book called why can't I think of the name of it? Oh, it's my favorite book. Um, The Stand. And that thing is like, I think it's dang near 1,000 pages. I think it's dang near 1,000 pages. And for me to read that was insane. Like, I just don't do that. Balaclava, 20 to 40 million. I mean, this pokey stick of volume here was 19.9 thousand shares. It doesn't matter what you guess at this point. Anything under 125,000 by this time in the morning is going to be 20 to 40 million. throw out 20 to 40 million, it'll work. If volume gets really, really, really super low, you could say 10 to 30 million, just in case it drops below 20. But for the most part, like if you look historically at what's been happening, unless we have like a partial day of trading, we're not going to be underneath 20 million shares traded. So that's why I say 20 to 40. It's a pretty safe bet. Now, there are exceptions. I'm not going to say that it's 100% accurate balaclava. There are definitely 100% exceptions where volume will suddenly spike in the middle of the day, and there's nothing you can do to predict that kind of stuff. Yesterday's volume was 23.9 million shares. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 yesterday. It worked out. The day before that was 20 to 40 million, and we got 31.7. The day before that, I said 20 to 40 million, and we got 23.8. It's going to be pretty accurate. Oh, I'm sorry. Yesterday's volume was 26.2. I was looking at the wrong date. But yeah, I've been saying 20 to 40 million since I think maybe this entire week. Yeah. And every single day has been inside that range. So it's going to be there again. Unless there's some kind of like weird run at the end of the day that spikes. That's what I'm looking at. Manjeet says, no worries. I read like you too. I like to analyze data. I'm such a, like I can spend hours and hours and hours looking at charts, Manjeet, and it doesn't bother me one bit. Not a single bit. Like it's almost like it's like breathing. I can look at numbers and charts like I breathe. But the minute you throw words down in front of me, it's just like, no, stop, please. You're hurting me. Oh man, I went through all the numbers today without my glasses on, guys. No wonder I'm like leaning in to look at numbers and stuff on the screen. No glasses on. I don't even know where they're at. Oh, I do know where they're at. I should go get them. Maybe I'll get them on break. Diaz wants, she'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. I wonder if I can find a really good version of that, Diaz, like a really kick butt, rock version of She'll Be Coming Around the Mountain, which you'd be surprised. Sometimes you can find some pretty cool stuff. I'll play that. I know you're joking, but I'm not. I don't know about 95% of the time, balaclava. I'd like to go with like 80, maybe 85%. 95 might be a little too generous, but it's pretty darn accurate. And for me, if you can guess, even just 80% of the time, if you can guess something uh, at a certain time of the day and it comes true 390 minutes later, you like stick with it because that's 80% of the time. Like that's some good stuff. Like you want to track those kind of things. No, so no. We shall not. We should not go through the numbers again. Man, it's such a routine for me to clean my glasses and go through the numbers. I think the whole talking about Red Dead threw me off or something. I don't know. I'd have every person in the you know what I've had on my bucket list to do PC3. I've got is it 1984, 1980? What's that book? Dang it, 1984. My wife gave it to me. Yeah, 1984. The George Orwell book. It's on my bucket list. Of all the things that I could put on a bucket list, 1984 is on that bucket list. And I have a copy of it that she gave to me for Christmas, and it's still and I think two of my kids have read the book since then, and I still have not read it. However, what I have read is Animal Farm, and I think that is a one. PC3. I think every single person in the world should read Animal Farm. Everybody, everybody should read Animal Farm. But I want to read 1984. Maybe I should put that on my list of things to do. I hate reading. Good morning, Froggy. Um, lately I've been playing golf myself. We bought that new Horizon game. And my wife's playing that right now, and I got to a certain point in the game, and I don't know. I'm kind of in one of those moods right now where I just feel like sports. I don't know what it is. I go through that every once in a while. Every once in a while, I love um, open world adventure games like Red Dead, stuff like that. And then every once in a while, I go through these like I hate games, and and then I resort to playing sports games or something. I don't know. If Casey says to read something, then you know it's good. I'm telling you, man, The Stand is one of the best books ever. You need to read Animal Farm. Yeah. If it can hold my attention, then it's definitely worth reading. Danny says 1984 is great. I need it's on my bucket list for a reason, Danny. I, I know it's gonna be good, and I can't bring myself to go read it. Myself, yes. Animal Farm is the one with the illustrations of all the barnyard animals. It shows you how Um, I think it's a great illustration of how a it uses a farm to illustrate how socialism breaks down due to greed. I think that's probably the best way to summarize it. Socialism is great, the theory behind it. It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with socialism. What's wrong is people. When you add people into socialism and you add greed, socialism fails. And and it does an amazing job by using farm animals to show you from a child's perspective, maybe it almost feels like Charlotte's Web meets meets socialism. And when you start to understand the relationships of why socialism has breakdowns, it's quite um, it's relatable. Oh, even Danny said Charlotte's Web. I didn't even read that until yeah, it's exactly what it's like. Myself says add people into anything and it fails. People are designed to be faulty. Yeah, I mean it's true to some extent, right? But um, there are some systems that are designed to reset, right? The great thing about um, the United States, gosh, I'm why can't I talk right now? Uh, hold on a second. I gotta search up a word here. I can't think of the word. Mm, man, I can't even think of this word. What is it? I guess I'll just say this isn't what I was looking for, but I'm just gonna say the great thing about the United States with the federal republic, and it's not the word that I'm looking for, but the government system, the system that we run here in the United States, the great thing about it is that it provides the ability to have a reset. It provides within the Constitution the ability to have a reset. and our democracy is just it fails. It's 100% set up to know that there's failure involved, right? But what it says, what it gives us the ability to do is say like, okay, yeah, we know this is going to suck in the future, but you can reset it, you can change it, and you can get it back on track again. And that's the beauty behind it, because it doesn't give just any one person the power. And that's the important part, I think, behind our democracy is that it takes power out of specific people's hands and distributes it. And if there's one quote that any one person on here has ever said, and I'm looking for it in my notes and I don't see it, but I'm just going to quote it off the top of my head. Somebody on this channel said one time, give me power and I'll give power to the people. And that is the premise of our democracy. It really is. It's distribution of power. And it's the beautiful part. Constitutional republic. Thank you, Einstein. I couldn't come up with that. It's the beautiful part. It is absolutely the 100% the most beautiful part about our system. You know what? I gotta look up something real quick here. I did not know this. Okay. Actually, I think I did know this, but I think I didn't. I like forgot. I didn't realize that Animal Farm was also written by George Orwell. But I guess I probably knew at some point in time and figured, if he wrote Animal Farm and I loved it so much, I should probably read the adult version, which was 1984. And I just forgot. Oh, it's been so many years. It's been over 20 years since that book's been on my bucket list, and I still haven't read it to this day. It's almost like I'm waiting for that call from the doctor that says, you've got some kind of cancer that you're not going to live through, and I'm going to be like, okay, time to go finish that bucket list. that's I feel like that's what I'm waiting for. PC3 says all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Animal Farm documents the Russian Revolution using barnyard animals. That's probably, that almost sounds like you took that straight from off the internet. I don't think the South tried to reset. The South just wanted to go a different direction. Hmm. And to add to what you're saying there, PC3, it's also the people are the law, right? Like the people decide the law. And I think that's important. And we've steered away from that, quite honestly. Danny says, Casey, 1984 is a short book. Read it this weekend. What about all the other stuff that I need to get done for AMC? Danny, I've got a lot of work to do. So I just throw all that to the side and read 1984 instead? Who, all right, I'm going to put up a poll. This is, you guys, don't do this to me, please. Let's see. All right, there it is. There's your poll. Oh shoot, it went straight to 50%. You guys are torn. Good. Let this be the great divide. I'll give you guys something to argue about. What should Casey work on? AMC research or or 1984? I got time. I can read. Think about this, guys. I can read 1984 on a beach in Florida or wherever the heck I want to be when this is all over. You should have added folk dancing. That's actually on my list of things to do myself is do dance classes with my wife. It's not my bucket list, but it's on my list of things to do. See, I'm more of a you know whose books I absolutely loved reading, and this is going to sound really strange. I always say his last name wrong, but Michael Crichton, is it Crichton or Crichton? I have no idea. I always say Crichton because that's how it looks to me, but Michael Crichton, I think is his name. Andromeda Strain was a excellent book. Um, that dude, that dude knows how to write some good scientific books or scientific based books, and I love those. Those are so good. I've read a lot of his books. I can't even name them all, but I have read them, and man, I love what he puts out there. Gus, the prediction for volume today is 20 to 40 million. No price predictions yet for me. Einstein says, read it after MOASS to know what not to do as a rich guy. Nice. Yeah, Jurassic Park was one of the ones that I read. Uh, like I said, Andromeda Strain, Jurassic Park. I forget the other ones. In fact, let me just look it up. I'll tell you which ones I read. It looks like Crichton to me, but it's Crichton, I think. Let's see. Did I read Prey? I don't remember reading Prey. Huh. Based on the books that I see here, I only read just the Jurassic Park and the Andromeda Strain, but I swear I read more than that. What's this one? Next? No, I didn't read that. Rising Sun. I read Rising Sun. Great book. I was really excited to see I think it was Sean Connery, and I can't think of the other guy. Who was the other guy? Who was the other person? Was it Wesley Snipes? I don't know who it was. So, man, I really can't remember who the other person was. Um, I was really excited to see that, and then I was a little let down because the book, obviously, like everybody always says, they're always so much better. I did not read. I don't think I read Westworld. I did used to watch the TV show though as a kid. I did not realize that was his stuff. Um, I think I might have read Twister. And I'm taking Google's list here as truth that these are all his books. But yeah, I think those are probably all the ones I read. I may have read Congo. May have. I'd have to read the synopsis on it to know for sure. Wesley Snipes. Okay. I couldn't remember who it was, but I was a little disappointed with that one, with the movie. But I guess I didn't. Sean Connery didn't do it for me. He just didn't do it for me in the book. The book, I don't know. It just didn't work for me. I'll tell you who else I fell in love with their writing. Um, Hold on a second. I gotta look up because I can never remember the author's name. I have to look up the name of. I always have to look up the name of the. I guess I can't even remember the name. Who is that guy? I do like Tom Clancy. I read a couple of his books. I'm trying to remember the name of the author though. There's I thought I knew the name. I thought I knew the name of the character, and I can't remember it now. Hmm. Son of a gun. Well, I have high regards for Tom Clancy too. Danny says, "What movies are better than the book?" Harry Potter. I know so many people are going to get upset at me with that. What? It's because I never read the book. Oh man. I never read the book for Harry Potter or any of those books, so man, why can't I think of the name of it? I actually tend to like movies better than I like the books. Sammy says, "Someone told me yesterday cinema will always be around, just like the demand for real books." So interesting that you should say that. I can't, I have problems reading, right? Not problems reading, but I don't like to read. But throwing it on a phone or a laptop or a computer doesn't help any. It makes it worse. It makes it harder for me to read digital than it does paper. You really want me to not read? Throw me a digital copy of a book. I'll never read it. Oh, if you guys are big time readers, you gotta check this out. Hold on a second. This is so cool. If you're a big time reader, you gotta check this out. This is the only digital copy of a book I have ever read in my entire life, and I was so fascinated. Shoot, I forgot who it was by. Half Fast by. Oh my gosh. I don't remember the name of it now. It was called Half Fast. And then I used to remember who the author was because the only way you can really find it is by knowing exactly the author's name. It was Half Fast by somebody, and I can't remember what it was. Oh man, this stinks. Anyways, what it was about was what would happen if there was an EMP set off above the United States that basically knocked out the entire electrical grid permanently in the United States, and how basically society kind of breaks down very quickly, and what people do to kind of with no more technology. What do people do? Like, what does society do? How does it break down? What becomes most important? How do people start uh, collectively start working together as communities to try and make society work again? It'll come to me later. Half past by it was like an S word. Something half past. Maybe half past was the author. Lights out by half past. I think that's it. Lights out by half fast. That's it. Half fast. Here we go. I think this might be the digital copy. If you're into reading and you want to read digitally, yep, this is it. This is worth a read. If you like a good read about post-apocalyptic type events or something like that, this is the read. It was the name of it. It's Lights Out by Half Fast. I was close. I'm going to go ahead and move the SSR, which is 1517. BioLife Hemp says, okay, something is up today. Cinemark is down, but AMC is up. Last time this happened, we ran to 34. It is down quite a bit, 3.66%. But I kid you not, guys, that link that I just gave you, that Lights Out, like you get into that, you start reading that, and you will absolutely find yourself not being able to put it down. It's it's really good. That's all I can say. It's just really, really good. I had a coworker. That I kept catching him reading it instead of doing his work, and I got pissed off at him, and I was like, "Dude, are you ever gonna do any work? What are you doing all the time? What are you reading over there?" And he's because I was pulling his weight, and he goes, "I'm reading this half fast or this Lights Out by Half Fast," and I was like, "Ah, it must be nice to have all that free time." So, so what did I start doing? I was like, yeah, I guess I might as well start reading it too. So, yeah, it gave me motivation to read it fast because I had to do his work, my work, and read it at the same time. I actually don't know, Manjeet. I don't read. I don't do digital readers. Let me go through the news and see if there's anything AMC related here. We've seen this happen before. So I just went ahead and typed in AMC and then went straight to the news on Google and just kind of see what articles would pop up. A long time ago, Google did this. It was sometime last year, like early on last year, where they started putting all AMC Plus. Like anytime anybody searched AMC, all we got was articles for AMC Plus listed, and nothing would show up for AMC. And it looks like they're doing that again today, because I typed in AMC and there's not on the entire list here that I'm searching for. Everything is that's posted here all has to do with AMC Plus, which has nothing to do with AMC whatsoever. Looks like they're doing it again. It may just because of the current news here that's posted on it, and that may be part of the reason why. I just think it's kind of odd, though. If I go to the second page, the very top article is AMC, are AMC related. In fact, nope, there's only one article on the second page that has to do with AMC Plus. One or two? Two. Three. Three on the second page. 17 hours ago, AMC acquires 7 theaters in Northeast continuing expansion. I think we already know about this, unless it's new. Nope, it says 7 theaters in Connecticut, so that's the old one. Interesting. You know what, Keto? You shouldn't be ashamed. There was a period of time where I was a big Jim Cramer fan myself. I mean, it was a long time ago, but I think what I like to say is that there's cycles. Everybody who becomes an active trader in the market goes through these growing pains. I want to call them. And you learn. You learn really fast. You make mistakes along the way, and they're very typical mistakes. Like you can talk to a lot of different people who've entered into the market and done trading, and you find the stories are really similar, very similar, and you start to develop this like life cycle of new experience to old experience in trading in the market and understanding what things to avoid and what things to jump on. I would just say that it's just part of your cycle. You know, you've gone through the cycle. It's just part of it's normal. Let's see. I'm gonna contact Eric here and see if he's gonna. Keto, it's just gonna be you, me, and Eric, I think today. if I can get Eric on. Brian says Dr. Seuss books are more my speed. I used to read to my kids every night before bed. I didn't want them to struggle with the same things I struggled with in life, and so um, I tried to make learning fun for them. Anthony, did you hear about Melvin Capital? That's so funny. You guys are awesome. Froggy says I too was tricked into liking Kramer, but I learned he was bad fast. It's like it's every single one of us. There's he's when you first run into him, and you're trading in the markets. He seems like a really exciting person to follow. He's hitting his buttons on the he's hitting his sell, 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 and you're just like pumped up watching the guy. I mean, you can't help yourself, and then all of a sudden you listen to what he has to say, and very quickly find out that it's not always good advice. BioLife Hemp says we need to start a Kramer ETF. Do the opposite of what he said. I think it's actually already been done. I think somebody actually already started a do the exact opposite of what Kramer says to do, and they made more money. Or I forget what it. I'd have to look it up. It's bad when you type in doing the opposite of Kramer made money when you type that into Google and you come across a CBS News article that says a statistical look at Jim Kramer's skill level. I want to I want to click on this. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like I need to. Oh, wait. They even talk. When was this written? May 27th of 2013, and it talks about Netflix. Boy, talk about Netflix. Now, I'd give Kramer the benefit of the doubt if he had recommended buying either Netflix or Green Mountain Coffee. As it turned out, however, Kramer advised selling Netflix on November 2nd, 2012, and selling Green Mountain on September 20th, 2012. Yikes. This is straight from CBS News. This is funny. It's a funny read. But you know what, though? We've all done it. We can laugh about it because we've all done it. We've all been there. It's part of the natural cycle. That everybody should have that on their timeline. Where was their Jim Cramer cycle? Adam says it's called the inverse Kramer. I'm pretty sure I've seen it somewhere. I read about somebody saying that they took the opposite position on everything that Kramer talked about, and they ended up making more money than if they had taken his advice. Actually, they wouldn't have. I think the fact was they wouldn't have made any money. Danny says I'll fill in for Monty today. He actually sent me a price prediction, Danny. He just didn't. He can't come on and talk. It happens to all of us, Danny. Don't worry about it. Einstein says, Dearest Mr. Powell, thou has fornicated thyself most profoundly. Read that on Twitter. Thought it was funny. Keto, I got you down for 1613 and 1913. Oops, wrong one. 1613. Keto, you know what the first question is that everybody's going to ask you? Because I can already tell you what it is. By the way, where's Monty? Monty's prediction for the day today is 17 to 20, same as yesterday. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be hedging off of 1675 as my prediction for the day today. Pretty sure we're going to trade mostly sideways. Thanks, Miss Harris. It's hard to do a 9-hour stream and then also go someplace else and do something elsewhere. I try to limit what it is that I do. Froggy's going to hedge on 1745. I'm putting you down, Froggy. I'm putting you down. Let's see. Froggy's going to go 16 15 1595 1595 to 1895. I think 1745 1640. Yeah, that's right. 1595 to 1895 for Froggy is his range because he's going with 1745 as a close. I think that's going to close somewhere really close to 17, maybe 1675, but I'm thinking 17 is what I'm hedging off of. I'll go ahead and put mine in. Let's just go with 1550 to 1850. And Froggy's betting 2 chickens and a goat. All right. Well, that's good because I drink goat. I do. I do. It's called Thirsty Goat. I just don't have Eric's prediction. But Keto, the very first thing people are going to ask you is why 13 cents? I know. I just know. All right, guys. I didn't realize what time it was. I got to take a break. I just heard the wife shut the door behind me. I was like, ooh, that means I'm late. Ooh, degree of difficulty. Froggy's only giving himself a 25% or 25-cent spread instead of $3. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head off to break here, give you a little bit of music, and I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market open. Oops, didn't mean to make that song go. So Keto, Eric can't make it either. So if you want to just do you and me on here, we can just do you and me. If you're listening, Keto, I don't know if you're here or not, but um, if you want to just do me and you and I, however you want to say it, on Discord, let me know, and we'll do that. If you want to cancel for another week, we can do that too. I'm flexible. Yeah, so Sam is saying lots of food processing plants mysteriously burning down, right? That's that's kind of one of the things that's what I'm talking about. A lot of interesting burning food processing plants lately, and it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? What's happening? It is nice to see some green numbers this early in the morning, although it's not that green. It's just barely. My goodness, I keep touching the lens as I'm trying to wipe it. I didn't clean my glasses earlier. I didn't have my glasses on at all. This is like I'm putting on my glasses for the first time. We got price predictions for everybody except Eric. I'm waiting to hear back from him here. Let's see here. I've got 15.5 to 18.5. Keto has 16.13 to 19.13, and Monty has 17 to 20. Same prediction for Monty. I think Keto lowered his expectations by about $1. Yeah, not a problem, Keto. We'll save it for another week. Froggy, good to see you. No, that's not the real Froggy. That's not the real Froggy Styles. Caitlin says in Canada they are bringing in immigrants to work slave wages at meat processing plants because Canadians don't want to work in those conditions. Got a little bit of smudging going on the glasses here. Better. There's nothing like a clean pair of glasses. Makes a world of difference. So earlier this morning, utilization was not being reported by Ortex it was reporting every other data point except for utilization, which I found to be very interesting. That's not usually the case. Let me check it and see if utilization is now reporting. It is, and it's showing 100%. So we are now on day number 52. 52 straight days of utilization at 100%. It was interesting to see that it took them a while to report that this morning. Caitlin said in Canada, they are bringing in, oh yeah, I already read that, loophole they made to get workers to work there. If they complain or quit, they get deported. Myself says a clean pair of underwear is pretty good too. I don't know. I kind of like dirty underwear every once in a while. It depends. It depends. And that was the best joke ever. Eric's coming in at 16 to 19 for his prediction. I didn't even mean to make a joke out of that. That was pretty funny. Depends. All right. I'm gonna end the survey. Should I read 1984 this weekend or work on AMC research? It looks like the AMC research has the win for 56 to 44 with 114 votes. That's enough for me. I'm going to end the poll. I'm going with the research. Myself says it depends if you're wearing it or not. James, good morning to you. Caitlin says I can see AMC going to 14, then Institute sell. It's possible. But here's the thing. If they sell Caitlin, they'll be buying back in. So there is a requirement. They are required to maintain some level of collateral shares for positions that they hold with their clients. So the question becomes, how much can they sell? And if they can sell it, will they be buying back in? And I can almost guarantee you 100% they'll do, if they were to sell, they would do the same thing they did back in November. They would sell and they'd buy back in at a lower price. Do I see that happening? Not at this price. I really don't. And I'll tell you why. Because they bought in at a higher price than this. Why would they sell for a loss? Not going to happen. They'd raise the price first to whatever it is that they'd need to at least break even, then sell, let the price drop a whole bunch, and then buy back in. This last time around, we can go back in the charts and we can look at it, and I can show you the 2 specific points where they bought back in last time. It's pretty obvious. I'll put up here on the screen for you to see. But there was 2 specific points where they bought back in at. The first point being, let's zoom in on them. Right here on December 6th and again on December 14th. They bought back in during those 2 periods of time. So that means that their average, some of their cost is going to be in at, I guess average price on that would have been 28 or 20, yeah, $28-ish. And of course, they did that over a 3-day period of time. They were buying in, so their average went up. So they were maybe more closer to around like $30. Here, they started buying back in another portion, and the range on this is 20 to like 29. If I had to guess, the bigger portion of their buy-in came in down here at this lower price. So they're probably, their cost to share ratio is probably around $26, if I had to guess. I'm just kind of guessing. But I guarantee you they're not going to take a loss. They won't sit here and take a loss on this. They will drive the price up to above $26 and then sell and buy back in at a lower price. And you won't see it the other way around. If they think that they can. If they don't think that they can drop the price enough to buy in at a lower price after they sell out and then buy back in, then they probably won't do it. Nosa said option C, you disconnect from AMC for the weekend and spend time with the family. This is a work weekend for me, Nosa. Every other week is a work weekend because my wife ends up working the weekend too, and the kids, they love playing their games and stuff. So when they're doing their thing and she's sleeping, I'm doing homework. So I gotta spend my time doing something. Yeah, I know the difference, Miss Harris. Miss Froggy Styles has a wrench next to his name. It's very, very obvious who's who. If Froggy Styles doesn't have a wrench next to his name is he is not Froggy Styles. Prometheus says, Casey, someone should let a wood chipper loose in Kenny's Depends. Okay. Oh shoot, the market's gonna open. Wait. Yeah. Oh, I'm well past the time for market to open, guys. I gotta do the opening. See you guys in a bit.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and estimate.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
We've got the right to choose it.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. We're not going to take it. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. I just can't get over this picture. I said this earlier this morning, so you guys saw it already. But, I mean, when was this acceptable? Wait, I gotta show my son. Hunter, you gotta check this out. Would you dress like that? He goes, no, no. Wait. What about for a Halloween costume? No, he says instantly. Yep, that was acceptable at some time. 80s? Still is? Really? Oh, anything's acceptable now? That's true, I guess. I didn't think of it like that. Oh boy. Acceptable, but nobody's gonna say anything. Caitlin, I can do 1 tick or I can do 1 minute, but I don't, 1 tick is not the same thing as 1 second. 1 tick is the only thing that I can really take this down to is just the 1 tick, which is per trade. So every single trade that goes through, it's showing you the movement for each trade, and you can see it. You can see the volatility moving pretty quickly. It's one heck of a way to look at the charts, though. I'm gonna talk about some blood pressure stuff, medication needing stuff right there. I don't even think you can put Bollinger Bands on this. Like it doesn't even apply. I mean, it does. All the data, most of the data is inside the Bollinger Bands here, which is, I mean, that is nice to see, but yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. Oh, I love you, bud. See ya. No hug. All right, see ya. Have a good day. I didn't get a hug. That's sad. He's like, I gotta go. When they get too old for hugs in front of everybody, that's a thing. All right, I'm going back to the 1 minute chart. Yeah, that order book looks pretty much the same. I got 93s and 94s in there, and now 92s, which means price should be heading back up as the number's dropping. 93, 94s. Oh, now I'm starting to see 96s. That's heading up. Okay, maybe not. Maybe we're heading down. Dr. No, I was thinking about you. I think it was yesterday. I was kind of like, I haven't seen Dr. No in a little bit. Glad to see you're still around. Checking my messages. Unfortunately, no message there. You know, I have a problem with Twitter on my PC to where it just, for some reason or another, it takes like a good 15 minutes for it to get through. I have no idea why. Dr. Zeno says anything is acceptable now except for having any actual standards. That's what I was implying. There we go. So massively hit Bollinger Band at the top up here. Price returned back to the simple moving average, and this is what happens. If there's a lot of buying pressure still, it's going to bounce off that simple moving average and continue to head back up again. If there still remains a lot of buying pressure, which is what appears to be happening. Cookie says next time you need to tackle your son and get your hug. You know what? I'm gonna force him next time. I'm gonna take this. I take myself offline. I'm gonna give him a big old hug. Trust me. You trust me, Cookie. He ain't gonna get away with that next time. I promise you that for sure. You never know. You never know when they're the last hugs. You got to get them in. You know what? I think I just heard the car start. Maybe I run out there and give him one real quick. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm out of breath. I caught him. You don't know. You should have seen this guy running. I should play the video of me on my ring. So out of breath. Of running out there to try and catch that kid. I caught him just in the nick of time. He started waving at me as I was like waving my arms like, wait, I'm coming. He just starts waving at me. I'm like, stop. Oh, man. No, let's see. Am I having connection issues? Yeah, it does look like it's a little low. Yep, it's definitely having some connection issues. Man, I'm out of breath. He made me run. Gary, have you heard about Melvin Capital? Guys, I know Gary's not new around here, so I'm going to say something. Every time you see one of those news articles, every time you see any news article, Gary, I want you to ask yourself two questions. Who's the winner? Who's the loser? Who has to gain and who has to lose from a news article? If you were a large hedge fund, Gary, do you think you would really announce what your true position was going to be? Oh man, the order book just died on the sell side, guys. We're moving up. Completely just died out. If you were a hedge fund, would you signal to everybody 2 months in advance when you were going to close your positions? And would that be fair to your clients? No. It's not going to happen. But the running joke around here right now, Gary, is that we've had a couple people come on here, bots, and drop little one-liners saying, what's going on with Melvin Capital? And then they just leave. They want it to be news so bad that they come on and drop one-liners on all these YouTube channels and then just take off. They don't even wait for an answer. They just disappear. So from now on, when they come in here and they go like, whenever somebody comes in and says Melvin Capital, my thing now is to go like, yeah, did you hear about Melvin Capital? And then just drop it. Nate says he just filled out the comments on that SEC filing. The link is in the bottom of AMC Bigham's video. What was the result of the average shareholder yesterday for AMC? I believe the winner, Gary, you can go back in time and check. It should be in the comment section. I don't know if I started thinking about it yesterday after I did the questionnaire, and I think what I want to say about it is that it could lead to some damaging information that you could collect, and I hadn't really thought about it prior to putting up the poll, so I ended the poll pretty quickly and was like, guys, I don't think that the order book died off too heavily. It only died off for just a period of time. There was no 1,000 orders on the right on the ask side. It looks to me um, like they've filled back up. But what I want you to notice way down here is the 637,000 buy order at $16.70. 637,000 shares buy order, $16.70. That is not slapping the ask. Whoever that is, I don't even want to assume that they watch this show, but whoever that is did not slap that ask. Sir, you must slap the ask. Who is that? That's Pulte. That's Pulte coming in buying his. What did that even come out to? Hold on, we got to figure this out. Oops. 1670. That's $10 million. That's $10.5 million right there. That's Pulte. That's Pulte. Just wait. He's going to send out some kind of Twitter message. I just bought $10.5 million worth of AMC shares. I can almost guarantee it'll be something like that. That is not slapping that ass, Pulte. When is next AMC earning report in May? I heard it was June 3rd, but I'm not positive. Give me a second. Let me see if I can look that up for you. Let me try and scroll down through some of these messages here. No. The order book is always the order book. It doesn't look different at different time frames, time intervals. It's always the order book is the order book. Let's see here. Have you heard about Melvin Capital, Alex? I know you're not new. Idea for you, Shaw. Do a video, a basic intro into the AMC squeeze situation for total newbies so we can direct them to it. I've been asked that before. It may have even been you that asked me to do that, and I think I told you that I would have to do it on one of my work weekends, which is this weekend. So if there's going to be a weekend where I could do that, that would be coming up this weekend. There's actually a lot of information to dissect. There's actually a link that you can point somebody to that's like the ultimate guide to understanding what's going on with AMC, and it's absolutely massive, so massive. But it's very, very. I would say it's probably one of the most complete, accurate historical documents that you can possibly find out there. I wouldn't want to, Caitlin. I want to see what's happening on the ask and bid. I can just drag down and see the larger bid sizes. I like to see the way it's set up on my screen here is the absolute, like that's how I want. If you're gonna try and make trades, this is how you should be looking at it. You shouldn't be looking at probably any other way. The orders, that 600,000 share order is no longer there. FYI, at 1670, it's gone. Let's see. Caitlin said earnings may be just a fake date now. Change closer to day. You know, they change it around so much that it bothers me a little bit. Yeah, I'll refresh it here in 9 minutes, Caitlin. No, it didn't go through because it was $16.70, Dr. No. So my guess is, I mean, I've seen that happen before. where they show up and then they kind of disappear. They do have an effect on how the algorithms trade. So, like when I watched the order book dump on the right hand side and it was only like, 500 shares or less orders, um, it may have been as a response to that, that large order, the 600,000 order showing up on the list on the buy side. Strange things can happen to the order book when the algorithm sense a new player or something that's out of the norm, they start trading differently. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's like a posturing, like, hey, guess what? We're gonna start buying a crap ton of shares. Here it comes. So, but you can see it. You can see it change. Everything changes, but the order is not there any longer. You still see it on Robinhood? I'm not seeing it any longer. It's gone. It's gone on my order book. The VIX is up right now, guys. So, when the VIX is up, the market's supposed to head down. IWM is down right now, but everything else that I track on my screen is up, except for Bitcoin, which is fractionally down. Even gold is up, which it should be if VIX is up. Yeah, it's not too much higher volume though. If you look at it, Balaclava, by 9 a.m., you start doing the math on it, and it'll probably be predicting somewhere around like 50. If I had to guess, we're probably on pace for about 56 million shares traded for the day to day. Sorry, ugh, couldn't talk. But that's going to decline throughout the day if there's not like some kind of unless FOMO kicks in and there's like a bunch of day traders that come in and start buying. But and that's all price directed, right? We have to hit over a certain price. I think it was like 18 something today. We'll check it out here at in about 6 minutes when I look at the numbers. But like if I were to just take the numbers right now, we're about 26 minutes into trading. 4.39 divided by 26 multiplied by 390. We're all right. So we're on a little bit higher of a pace than I said. I think I said 56 million. We're on like a 65 pace. So it's really not that high of volume currently. I know it seems like it's high, but it's really not that high. Yes, and you're absolutely 100% right. When price breaks certain resistance levels, volume can suddenly come from out of nowhere, right? Like, when you hit those trading signals and you have swing/day traders coming in and giving a whole bunch of additional volume, then your morning pre-market predictions are completely blown out of the waters because it's an event that you can't possibly control, right? Either like we can't, or you can't. That's not control is not the right word, but you can't forecast that the price is going to go above some kind of indicator that's going to cause a bunch of buying. And so those are the days where it's this is like I think earlier you had said something about like it's right like 95% of the time. It's more like 80%, right? Because every once in a while you have these days where we cross some kind of indicator that you couldn't forecast as part of the volume prediction. And when that happens, the volume comes from out of nowhere and it just pops. You're saying 18.6? I'll pull it up real quick and just check and see from my side. I think the big indicator for me is going to be the Ichimoto cloud, and of course I say that wrong because it's funny. And let's just check it and see. The price does like to travel through the red portion of the cloud when going up on the thinnest parts, and it is thin today. It is absolutely thin. So that would put us potentially somewhere around like 1794. Yep, all the way to the close of today. If we can break above 1794, you might see on the hourly interval, you're going to see some pretty big buying going on. Then if you put it on the 4 hour, that number becomes 2176. That would be the next level of really big pushing, and which is actually a number that starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. So we're definitely moving in the right direction. And you can see if we get into the cloud today on the 4 hour, which the bottom of the cloud is at 1838. If we can get into the cloud today, that will put the lagging line above the price line, and the conversion line will more than likely drive above baseline. Those will all be very solid indicators and make it even more of a potential buy for day/swing traders. So really, the first number that we really need to hit though is getting through this cloud here and driving above $18 because it's 1794 is the price. So you watch us hit 18 bucks and support that for at least an hour or more worth of time, you're going to probably see the stock price start moving pretty quickly. As it stands right now on the 1 hour, the conversion line's below the baseline and the lagging line is right on the price line. It's just starting to head above it right now. What is this going to do? This is going to cause a lot of this is turd laying, guys. Watch out for those turds. They're going to start laying turds here, waiting for you guys to step into those turd mines for next week. Who's going to FOMO? Who's going to FOMO into a bunch of turd stepping? Because that's what they want you to do. They want you to go out there and they want you to buy a whole bunch of options. Look, you can make a whole bunch of money. We're letting the price run up here. Quick, go make your money. Come and buy some of our turds. You can do it. You can do it, but you're gonna probably find out later. You gotta clean your boots. Old Hippie says, do you think there will be a lot of 100s on the order book sometime? And if so, to be indicative of something needing shares? Yeah, that's very likely. Let me take you back over to OBL2. 100s, I need share. Yeah, I need shares as our 100s. I need shares badly, but do not take the stock down as 200s. 300s are take, or I am taking the stock down at least 30% so I can load shares. 400s are keep trading it sideways. 500s gap the stock. Gap can be up or down depending on direction. I am short on shares 505s. I don't know that this is necessary. This list of market maker signals may not be accurate anymore. It's just one that I found a while back. Yeah, anyways. Caitlin says, check out the Hedgies collateral game, Sears Holdings SHLDQ. Oops, I typed that wrong. I think I did. Yep. So there's the run up right there. This is what that looked like for the run up for January of last year. I don't see June in here though. June doesn't really flag as well. But there was the same kind of movement in September. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at our numbers. Boy, boy, oh boy. Let me refresh Fidelity. And let me take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Price prediction tallies. I'm leading the week right now with 4 points. Keto with 3, Eric with 2, Monty with 2. Keto's the only one in for a possible steal of the win, and he's actually got 16.13 to 19.13, which is 13 cents. No, I'm sorry. It's like a 63 cents higher than me of an average price. So if the price closes today higher than, if his average is higher than mine and the price closes above his average, he wins the week. He'll get the bonus point and win the week. I think he told me the other day it would be his first time winning, according to him. Although I could have sworn he won a week one time, but maybe not. How I'm in the lead right now, I have no idea. It doesn't happen very often. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, we have short exempt volume at 33,000, utilization at 100% for 52 straight business trading days. Day over day price increase was a negative 2.83%. Off exchange, I would suggest off exchange would be somewhere around 43 or 44% at this time of the day on a normal day, and 10 to 11% on CBOE EDGX. Let's see where that's at right now. Currently at 43.76 and 14.99, almost 15% on a lot of price suppression being hidden through the ETFs right now. Massive amounts. The off exchange is exactly where I would think it should be. Taking a look at Ortex. Yesterday, when we closed out the day, they had been reporting a return of 843,000 shares. Today, it's reporting 949,000 shares having been borrowed. That is going to have an effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float number to 19.24%. Cost to borrow at 2.1, which is about 0.3% lower than what it was yesterday. Taking a look at institutional share ownership on the top right-hand side of the screen. Earlier this morning, the report was 187.464 million, and it is now the same value. There was a $20,000 or 20,000 share increase as of this morning compared to yesterday. Taking a look at Max Payne, we started out the week at $19 for Monday. Tuesday was $18.50. Wednesday was $18.50. No, wait, hold on a second. What am I saying? Yeah, that's right. And then Thursday was 18, and now today's 18. So we're closing out the week with a dollar less Max Payne. However, I would suggest that using Froggy's kind of method of canceling out some of the obvious out of the money call options, that Max Payne is probably more realistically around $17. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume currently at a $17.50 strike price, which is 50 cents lower than what it was yesterday. There was 7.7 thousand contracts, which is quite a bit. It's a lot of volume. On the puts at a $17 strike price, which is up $1 from yesterday. We currently have 4.6 thousand contracts, also high. Those are elevated levels of volume for what I would expect to see normally at this time of the day. And let's take a deep dive into Stocko Tracker. There's that. Give me Stocko Tracker and also Fidelity and Ortex data. "52 days, Casey. What does that look like in utilization? 52 straight trading business days. That's what it looks like. In contrast to some of our other periods of times before run-ups, it's pretty massive. Especially if you go back to January, you can see January didn't hit 100% utilization for very long at all. Pretty massive. On loan amount, dipping day over day from 130.9 to 128.6. So a 2.3 million shares having gone off the books for loans. That's going to have if they're new loans that they're taking off the books, that should have a driving upwards momentum on the on loan average age per day, which it did. Massively, super high, 97.84 days old on average, guys. I want you to think about that. 97.84 average days, meaning that there are some loans that have been on loan for who knows how long, right? You could probably figure it out one day when we have loans spike up and we could probably reverse figure the number to some extent, like some kind of average high number. But it's going to be massive. It's going to be absolutely massive. It could be close to there could be loans that are probably close to 200 days old, almost a year. Super old. Short interest also dropping with the amount of shares that were taken off of loan, but do notice that it wasn't a terrible huge amount of percentage points. It went down like 0.2. It went from 19.35 to 19.16. Not a whole lot of activity in the security lending volume. Nothing to report there. Failure delivers, we've seen those stacking, getting larger and larger. Return shares. I'm actually going to pull up the advanced number for return shares. I want to see that real quick and just see what it looks like. Okay, not a massive number there. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC. Not having high volume is not on the top 10 list of Fidelity, but we are in 21st with 60% buys to 40% sales, which is the bare minimum that I like to see. GME is not on the list. At least I don't see them. Yep, not on the top 30 list. Low volume for GME as well. SSR does trigger at 15.17 today. Shares available to borrow has only, let's see, here's 100K, here's 150. 150,000 shares loaned so far since earlier this morning. That puts us at 2.05 million shares borrowed for the day today. Yesterday was at 1.65, so we'll definitely have higher volume today. Fees are still at 1.3%, and the options chain still not reading right over here. And I didn't look something up for a replacement on this, and I should have. I'll try to look for something this weekend, maybe, I guess. They don't want us to know what's in the money and out of the money right now. Understandably. They don't want you to know that you're stepping into a big turd pile. NASDAQ is down 0.06, Dow Jones is down 1%, and S&P 500 is down 0.74. The market is currently declining with 4,119 decliners to 3,499 advancers. The VIX is up 5.38. IWM is down 0.43. Tesla is up 1.66. Amazon is up 0.43. Cinemark is up 0.78. Doge just broke even. Bitcoin is down 0.44. GameStop is up 1.86. HYMC, the gold mine, is up 3.18. Hood is up 1.15. And AMC is up 2.79%. We currently have $4 million more in outflow than inflow, with 6.71 million shares having been traded so far for the day today after 42 minutes. That puts us on pace for about 62.4 million shares traded for the day today. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Based on these numbers here alone, I would say that 20 to 40 million is still going to hold up. For the most part, it's looking that way. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.35, which is below average. On the daily, we have more buying, wait a minute, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.79. Wait a minute, let me just check that one more time. Yeah. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Selling pressure has gone way off. Not a whole lot of selling pressure here. Buying pressure is kind of neutral. We have RSI at 53.2, which is kind of right down the middle. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.24, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.16, just slightly above average. And we've broken through the simple moving average and started our trend down here. We are kind of getting close to hitting the bottom side of my 3 sigma Bollinger Band, which could mean that we're going to be printing either a TD9 real soon here, or either that just having a retracement back to the simple moving average again. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We might see a TD9 print within the next 2 minutes if it continues on this trend. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. And Casey, is there a sell wall on HYMC at $1.60? Let's check it. Well, I mean, no, I'm just gonna say no. It might be too late for me to be checking this. You might have seen something earlier, but this order book is just nasty. It's super, super nasty. There's so many shares here, guys. It's not even funny how this is just gross. Average 3-month volume 49 million. This is so gross. 49 million shares traded on an average 3-month volume, but the free float is only 150 shares, which means they're trading 1/3 of their entire float daily for an average 3-month period of time. 1/3 of their entire float daily. It's nasty. It's super, super nasty. Public service announcement from BioLife says, "Hey, hedge fund intern, I know you're watching. Oh, excuse me. TA shows when Cinemark is down and the pre-market and AMC is up, we make gains. I triple dog dare you to go tell the boss." Dr. Zeno says, "Prediction: we will barcode until NSCC new rules are implemented, or until GME's dividends happens and sparks things, or until next AMC earnings report." So here's what I would say, Doctor. I honestly think, I really don't think that I don't think any of the institutions want the shares to be issued for the dividend, the share issuance for that dividend. And my feeling is that something will happen before they even have a chance to vote on that. That would be my gut instinct. There's our TD9 print right there, signaling for a reversal. I just, they know the writing's on the wall. I mean, we all know what happens when those shares actually have to be made, forcing market makers to create shares for that dividend. Because it's going to have to be for every single person who owns a share. It's gonna suck, man. It's just gonna really, really, really suck for whoever's shorting. For however many synthetic shares that are in existence for GME, and those who are shorting it, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be beyond all. It's gonna be the most sucking thing you have ever seen in your whole life. There will be no suck that is worse. There will be crying. There will be crying in the markets if they let that happen. So they're gonna have to do something before then. You know what? I don't know if it's on. I haven't even, to be honest with you, I haven't even looked for it, Keto. But I would imagine that it's got to be Short People song. What is that? We could check. We can check and see indicators. Yeah, they've got it on there. TD sequential 8s and 9s plus alerts. That's probably the one I would go for. There's two here. There's a TD9 count by Funzun Follow Me that has 1,400 reviews on it. But I would go with the TD sequential 8s and 9s plus alerts. Let me look at it real quick and just see if it's legit. Let's see, throwing it up on our favorite stock. Let's just check it out and see what it looks like. I do have this on the 15-minute interval right now. Let's throw it up on the daily and see what it looks like on the daily. Just because I'm curious. Let's get rid of all my other junk in here. Man, this is like textbook. We've already printed the TD8 and 9 on this. We should have already had a reversal like a week ago. Looks good. I mean, these TD8s and 9s are printing pretty well on TradingView. I like it. It looks good to me, especially on the daily. I haven't checked all the other time intervals, but I like it. It looks nice. I actually don't even know if it looks that good on Weeble. I don't think that it does. Let's check it. Yeah, I actually think I like it better on TradingView. It looks better. It looks cleaner. In fact, like take this instance right here. It's printing the TD9 right here, which it also does on TradingView. But the cleaner part about it is at the bottom, it's harder to see it, I guess. I don't know. It's the same print. It does. They're giving the same indicators, right? You can see it right here. Same exact spots. It's signaling on the same days, but it's not. It doesn't look as clean. We got another TD9 in here for reversal. So does Weeble right here. Yeah, it's good. I like it. I like it on TradingView. Looks good. Thick says, "Morning, good morning, you people." Did I say you people at some point? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry I'm late to the market crash watch party. Well, it's good to have you here, Thick. It's good to have you here. Hanzo, if you're talking about the 003 and the 801, I don't have any official like stance on it as of yet. I need to kind of watch some videos, and I'll probably take some time this weekend to do that. Because I'm not going to read through. To be very honest and blunt with you guys, like reading through 500 pages worth of documentation will take me longer than an entire weekend because I have to. The sad part, the sad truth to it is that when I read things, I have to read over it, and if I don't understand something, I have to go back and read it maybe 5 or 6 times before I can make sense of it and then go, okay, that's what that means. And it becomes very cumbersome, hard, difficult work for me to do. And my thing is numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I'm not a read technical documents crap. It's just not me. in fact, in fact, this is why I hate building um, I wanted to say IKEA furniture, but that's a terrible example because there's not a whole lot of reading involved. But I'd rather just build something. If I had a choice between looking at directions for cooking and just doing it, I would rather just do it. I'm a hands-on. I'm a textile learner, and I don't do well with reading. So you're not going to catch me reading all those 500 pages between those two documents. It's just not going to happen. But the good news is you got people like AMC Bigham's and Pantheon who have already gone through and read all 500 pages, maybe even more than once, and they're giving their reviews of what they think of what it all means. And so I would recommend that you guys go over there and check those guys out and see what it is that they have to say. I will give. I'm going to listen to what everybody has to say, and then I'll give you my opinion maybe on Monday. But there's no rush on this. And I don't by any means think that they're MOASS killers. I just don't. I know you're going like, how do you not read it and say that you think that they're not MOASS killers? There's a lot of things that they would have to do that would absolutely kill the MOASS. And I don't think any one document would be capable of doing that, or even two documents. Dr. Zeno says Lion Trader, Bigham's, Short Squeeze Channel, Tony DeNaro, Pantheon. He doesn't have one out yet, but he's going to. Guarantee it. AMC wants to see a bars pattern for January 5th to July 11th and compare to where we are now. Scale it down to fit our current pattern. Can we be following this? I will do that for you, AMC, but I'm just going to tell you one thing. Jana, I'm so glad that that doesn't disappoint. I'm glad I don't disappoint you guys in the fact that I hate reading. I'm, I'm glad that I don't disappoint you. Because you know what? I can't be everything to everybody, you know. There's too many shoes to fill. I can't be everybody. I've got I got to know where my strengths and my weaknesses are, and I have to work on what I know best, and not try and BS with you guys on things I'm not good at. It's pointless. So let me check this real quick here. What AMC level wanted. Let me check it out. 1 second here. I'm assuming you want a day bars pattern, so I'm going to just copy day's bar pattern from January 5th to January 11th. So let's do that. I'm going to leave up this TD9 in here for a while. How do I get the, I gotta ask. January 5th to January 11th. All right, here we go. You know, let's try to do a little bit less than the daily, because I think, you know, that's not going to give us a good indicator. I think the most I can do, since I have a free version of TradingView, that I think the best I could probably do is a 30-minute interval. So bear with me for a second as I pull this up. I hope I can get it in 30 minutes. Just barely. Yeah, I got it. Yay. It's kind of crazy how like some of the information that we can get now is starting to get, you know, unless you want to pay for it, it's getting harder and harder to collect. 5th to the 11th. Boy, I'm just getting that data. Let me just make sure the date range you want, okay, right to there. So this AMC level 2 live, I'm just going to throw this out there to you. I'm a huge believer in not stretching data to correspond with where you're currently at in a moment in time. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Like, I don't mind when people take something like this and they try to expand on it. Oh man, what just happened? Come on. Are you kidding me? Control Z. Holy crap. It doesn't want to like adjust. Hold on a second. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna shrink this down a tad. I'm hoping that when I get this over here, it will, I don't know why I'm just doing it. Why don't I just do it like this? You can tell like how little I use this as a tool. Not seeing it. Oh, July. Why did I say January? Thank you. You said July 11th? So you're talking about from January. Holy crap. Okay, my bad. I just read it as January 5th to January 11th. Yeesh, you're looking at a big long period of time. All right. I didn't realize how big of a period of time you were talking about there. That's going to be a much bit different story here. Bars pattern, January 5th to July. That's so far out. I can't even get it all. Hold on a second here. We're just going to go with that. This really, because you have such a large time frame, you really are talking about doing a daily. All right, let me move back out. See, this is why like a conversation is so much easier than just words. My guess is that's what you're wanting right there, something like that. It's so much easier if I just listened to what it was that you wrote. But see, that's inherently that's the problem. This is what I talk about. I've said this several times before, but you can draw 10 squiggly lines on a piece of paper, right? You can just random squiggly lines, just shake your hand and draw across a piece of paper. And I can take snippets out of all that. Those 10 lines that you draw, I can take snippets from each one of those and manipulate it in such a fashion to where it's going to look like other pieces of line that you drew. Even though you just drew 10 random lines, it means nothing, right? So like when you have to manipulate past historical data and you start dragging it and doing like this kind of stuff to it, and you're extending and increasing times and all that kind of stuff, all you're doing is there's a psychological term for this and I forget what it's called, but you're just trying to make patterns fit to fit what it is that you want to see, and you can't do that. You just can't. That's not how good. If you want to see good fractal pattern uh, work done, go check out what TWE is doing, right? Because if you take an extended period of time like this, from January to July of the next year or whatever, January to July, you can do that, which is great. But this is what you have to do. You literally have to take this snippet of information right here from, come on, go away, yeah, advertisement. You have to take that January 4th, 5th period to the July 11th period, and if it doesn't fit down exactly on top perfectly without changing anything with the pattern whatsoever, then you don't have a match. There's no match. It has to fit like perfectly. And if I time these up here, if I try to get these to line up, it's gonna be off. So if I want this to fit, I have to start manipulating it, this fractal, and and I have to kind of adjust it and make it fit the way that I want to see it fit in here, right? And so you have to be really, really careful about drop and dragging and changing the size and periods of fractal points, and then saying like, okay, this meets up with what I want to see, because that's all that is that's just manipulation of data. And in statistics, that's called cooking the books. All you're doing is you're modifying the data points to see what it is that you want to see. And you can't do that. You just can't. That's not how it works out, unfortunately. Because I can show you how time and time again um, patterns tend to repeat themselves. There's only so many patterns that repeat themselves over and over and over. And I can take all kinds of bits and chunks. I could take any random point in here, any random point between two specific points, and I can find another spot where it lines up and say like, look, it matches, like this right here. Let's get rid of these lines. I can take this bar pattern right here, and I can take it and say like, come on, let me try that again. I can alter this. If I didn't have that big drop at the very end, I can alter this in such a way to where I can make this fit the pattern that's right here, right? And then say like, this is where it's going to go. And it didn't. Come on. Oh, I hate you. Why are you being so frustrating? Oh my gosh. Like you try to show something and you try to make an example, and then it like it really screws up on you. And it's like, come on. I just want to show them. Just want to show. Just show. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I hope AP's watching right now. If he is, he's probably laughing his butt off at me. It's so frustrating. Why does it change so much? I just want little tiny changes. It gets so big. You see what I'm saying though? It kind of, if I could manipulate this just right without it like freaking out on me every time I move my mouse just a hair, I could get this to line up. I could get this M shape to line up, and you can see what happened the last time. This shape that I'm cutting and pasting from here is right here, right? This portion, this fractal right here matches this fractal here almost identically, right? But it didn't turn out the same way. The final result on this double top here, well, it's not even really a double top. It's a little bit more of a double top than that. But and you can see this one over here is definitely not a double top. It's got a higher point on the first hump as well. But you can see how this one fell off into nothingness, right? Like it just tanked. But you look at this one right here, and it didn't go down as far. So I mean, you just can't take these patterns and like just copy and paste them and fit them in the way you want to see them. It gets really sketchy when you do that. It can get really, really sketchy. And I hope you don't think that I'm just trying to be like a dick or something, you know. I'm not trying to like stomp on all, you know, your idea of like, look, this kind of matches. It's just I think you got to be really, really careful when you're cutting and pasting fractal portions, and making sure that you don't adjust length. More than anything, length. Height might be a different story. Like you can adjust the height, and I think that's okay. It's the length, and when you shrink the time interval, or you increase the time interval, that's where you start to, I think, run into the most problems. If you're just simply adjusting for height, I don't think there's as much of a problem, but there can still be a little bit of an issue there. You know, it's you're changing the data. Space Ape says, "What's this I hear about Melvin closing positions? Any thoughts?" Yeah, how about that Melvin Capital? You said length and shrink. Space Ape, I hope you're kidding. I feel like it's. I'll talk about it again. Here we go. Are you ready for this? Space Ape, who announces 2 months in advance that they're going to close out their position and lets all their competitors know that they're going to close their long positions 2 months in advance? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Who does that? Who does that? Nobody does that. Nobody does that, man. Nobody does that. It's a signal. They're either signaling somebody to let them know that they're open to negotiations for something or whatever. Who knows? It's a signal. It's something that they're trying to benefit themselves with news. The news is meant to cause a reaction, and they probably will be on the beneficiary end of that reaction. That's all it is. I love how we printed the TD9 over here, and then yet we still managed to head down. Yeah, okay. At least we touched the Bollinger Band here and actually met the simple moving average. I would at least expect that. You know, that's cool. At least it did that. The VIX is up 7% today, guys. Good morning, Big Tramp. Sam, good morning. Wait, I wanted to read what somebody said up here. Wait, where did it go? I forgot who it was, but he ran fractals back from 1 year, and it was very similar side by side run. And here's the other thing too. You can take fractals from like other stocks, and you can you can literally paste them on top of one stock on top of the other and see the same exact pattern formation occur. And legitimately, there is something to that if you're doing it correctly. And if you want proof that the algorithms trade the same way across every single stock, there's no more proof than that. It doesn't take a genius to see. And I think AP Adam, the guy that one of the moderators on this channel, he does that. Another person who does that is also TWE. TWE will actually take I think it was Ethereum 2 or Ethereum Lite. I forget which one it is, something like that. And he'll show you how we're running AMC's running like an Ethereum Lite pattern. I can't remember if it's Lite or 2. I forget which one it is, but and it's just kind of it's crazy. You know, you sit there and you look at that and you go like, hot damn. That's odd, you know, and but then when you start to think about it, you go like, well, you know, the algorithms are trading these. The algorithms are set up to run the exact same way all the time, based off of psychological pressures and the way the market is trading things. And if it trades the same way all the time, you should get the same patterns. And then when you start to realize that those patterns are all over the place in the stock market, then you start to get really pumped and you go like, oh, maybe I could figure something out here. Hey Casey, hope all is well. You think they're trying to change the rules in the middle of the game? I think they are trying to change some of the rules, but I think it's more of the rules on how they're going to get settlement completed without affecting the rest of the market. I don't think they're the kind of rules that are the rules that are going to change, like whether or not we can squeeze. It's more about mitigation of problems, right? Like how do we prevent the market from absolutely tanking and still yet allow the market to trade the way that it's supposed to trade? And so, you know, a lot of people are in fear of these new rules that are being proposed, as if they're, you know, some kind of boogeyman that's going to steal our squeeze away from us. And it's not going to work like that. They're not going to just steal the they're not going to just modify how the market trades in a way to where we can't have a squeeze, because it would severely hamper any institution from being able to drive the price up on a stock in the future. They need to continue trading the way that the market is supposed to trade correctly. And they're more thinking about how do we modify the rules so that, one, this never happens again, and two, you know, these kind of squeezes where retail gets in control, and two, how do we mitigate this, you know, this problem from blowing up so big that it absolutely tanks the entire economy. So that's what they're doing. Ethereum Classic. Thank you, Lucky Penny. I really appreciate you putting that in there because I couldn't remember the name. Look at Bridget's post. Where would I find that? On Twitter? And who's Bridget? I don't I don't know Bridget's post. What are we talking about? Was there a Bridget posted in here earlier? I'm looking. You know it's terrible, Thick. This is how degenerate I am of a person. That actually went through my head before you said it, and it's just because I'm a degenerate person. But legit, like that went through my head too. I'm not gonna lie, man. You're not the only one. I'm gonna straight up admit it. You know, they're just things you just don't let come out of your mouth. but I thought it. Casey, it was a video of side-by-side algorithm for 1 year, very similar for kicks. I don't know who Bridget is though. If I just go to YouTube and I type in like Bridget AMC or something like that, is that gonna help? I see. How's Jay Ingram doing, guys? Is he still? I haven't seen any Jay Ingram's videos lately. Is he still kicking? I love that old guy. I'm not making fun of him. I love that guy. I just hope he's still. So well, I want to see if there's anybody that I want to see their reaction when this thing happens. It's Jay's. I want to see Jay's reaction. Watcher, you're watching too closely. You're watching too closely. You need to take a step back, take a look at what's going on with the company, see how much money they're making, see all the great movies that are coming out in the future. You're just watching the line right now. I'm not helping with that because that's what I'm doing. But it doesn't affect me to see the price going down like this. They take this down too much lower, and there's going to be a whole bunch of people buying because the price is so cheap that they're going to average down, and they're going to be happy about it. They're going to be like, "Oh yeah, here comes my chance." People are just waiting to average down. So, you need to take a step back, watcher, and try not to let the price affect you. It's all imaginary, man. Nick said I instantly went there as soon as I heard the name. Apes R Us says, okay, so what point do we get concerned? For example, can we imagine repeating the same routine for the next 4, 6, 10 years? Yeah. So, I don't think anything like that's going to happen. We're waiting for, I mean, I would imagine like, if you watched Home Alone when he breaks all the ornaments underneath the windowsill and the guy comes walking in with barefoot into the house. I think that's what I would look at it as is we're just waiting for the hedge fund to walk through the window right now, step down on whatever piece of glass it is that's going to cause this thing to absolutely unfold. For example, like the share issuance as a dividend for GME. I'll tell you what would scare me, and this is just talking, right? Like I think it's healthy to talk about these kind of things. What would scare me? What would really frighten me? Watching OBV tank while we see massive amounts of volume and price tanking at the same time, right? If volume is heading up and price is falling like a rock and OBV is dropping like massively, that scares the crap out of me. Why? Because that tells me retail's selling the crap out of this. And it's like, oh crap, that's not good. We don't have AMC holders anymore. We have AMC folders. And that would scare me. But I'm not seeing that. That's not happening. What else would scare me? Another thing that would really, really scare me is if price got down to say like $5. If you look at how much short interest is open at certain levels, most of your short interest is probably at a $10 level and lower. Anything below like $8 and it starts to get a little bit hairy. Not gonna lie, there's gonna be a little bit of hairiness going on, and anything below $10. When you get down to that $5 range, which is actually the amount that we got down to before we started running last time, that was the bottom after January. It got a little hairy. It got a little hairy, and that was the point for me where I had to decide when I bought in originally at 14 and it dropped down to eventually $5. I had to decide at that point. That was the point for me was the breaking point where I said like is this stock really worth $5, or is this stock worth way more than that? And all these indicators that I'm looking at are telling me the truth, but the only thing that's telling me that this is a lie is the price. And I came to the determination that it was just the price that was the only thing that was trying to fool me into thinking that I needed to sell, because every other indicator said that people were buying, volume was high, you were getting nobody was going anywhere. So those things kind of made me feel like, okay, it's time to double down on this, because at $5, it makes it really easy to start getting more positions put in. And people started buying some more. And then, like, within a day after I started thinking all these things, Trey puts out a video and starts talking about, like, I'm doubling down. And I was like, yeah, me too. Well, I've already doubled down on this. And I've got other stuff that I can sell around this house for a couple $1,000. And at $5 a piece, a share, if they want to drop it down that low, I'm gonna go sell stuff around the house. So long as I still see that people are holding their shares, I see this as a good valued company. The company can still continue to make money. They have good profitability. They have good movies that are still releasing. They're sucking up the market and buying movie theaters left and right, and people are enjoying going to the movies. The company is not a losing company. And if the hedge funds are willing to give me a price of $5 a share, I'm going to triple down. I'm going to triple down on this thing. You betcha. Because I know they're in trouble. But I don't think they're going to give us that kind of a price. I know they know that it would absolutely screw them to give us a really good deal like that. But those are the two things that would really scare me the most. Seeing us drop below, like $10 starts to get a little bit hairy. $8, you're gonna have a lot of short interest coming off the books. $5 is kind of one of those points where it's kind of like, okay, it's that decision time. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna fold, or are you gonna continue to hold and double and triple, quadruple, whatever it is you may do down? And that's a decision we're going to have to make at that time. And it's going to be my decision would be based off of what everybody else is doing. If everybody else is saying, I'm still in this and I'm buying more, me too. Because that means nobody's going anywhere and they're seeing strength. But if everybody else starts folding too, then you have to make a choice. But you're going to have to look at indicators. And it's the same thing I'm going to be doing for the squeeze as well. Looking at indicators telling me what everybody else is doing. Those are the kind of things that you want to do when you're making a trade in a squeeze play. I mean, you can be concerned about it if you want to. You can let those things get into your head and worry about what ifs. And it's not terrible to plan, right? Like if you have what if situations, it's not terrible to think about them and go like plan around those. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's going there, Tano. I'm just saying if something like that were to happen, I'm talking about a bunch of what ifs. Myself says, whatever you do, just don't sell the van. I'm keeping this van. It ain't going nowhere. Jordan says, hey man, I'm not selling until Jay and Atlas sell. Sounds good to me. I'm not going anywhere then either. No, because they have short interest that's too low. So they can't just cover. So this is why I get really pissed off when people say cover. I get so pissed off. You have to close your positions. You can't cover. You have to close. There's a massive difference between covering and closing, and it pisses me off every single time I hear somebody say cover. You can't cover. You have to close. You have to close your position. There's crap tons of synthetic shares that are out there to close. They can't just close their positions. It doesn't just work like that. You don't just magically close everything. It's like believing in unicorns. It doesn't work like that. They have to close out the positions, and in order to close out the positions, they have to close out all of those synthetic shares that they have bundled up out there. They just can't leave those sitting open. They have to close those out. There's a big difference between covering. Covering means that they've gotten margin called. So know the difference between covering and closing. Closing positions requires them to close out the short interest that they have open. They can't just close out the short interest that they have open unless they're underneath the price at which it's open at. They can't do it. And they have to find shares. They legitimately have to find shares and pay a price. So no, they don't just close. And they don't just cover. Covering is margin calls. Margin calls, we win. Jordan says, wait, you don't believe in unicorns? There's shoot, I was just watching something on YouTube the other day where it was they were showing these horns that they were finding in dig sites and stuff like that, and they were saying they were depicting these pictures of horses with these horns on them. And I think I wasn't really listening to it. I think I might have been playing the guitar at the time. Sometimes I'll watch TV, like a YouTube video, and play guitar, and I can't hear what they're saying. But I'm watching it, and I think they were saying that like unicorns may have actually existed, but it was like, obviously not magical creature or anything like that. But um, I don't know what it was they were trying to say, but they were showing this horn that they'd found on dig sites. I thought it was kind of funny, almost like it's a um, like there's that it's not a dolphin. There's a whale that's got the horn on the front of it. It looked just kind of like that. See, the only way that they are able to who am I speaking to again? Hold on a second. Space Ape. The only way I think it was Space Ape. Hold on. Yeah, Space Ape. The only way that they can legitimately walk away from all that the synthetics that they've created is to bankrupt the company. That's it. That's the only way that they can get away from having to unravel that junk, right? So so one of two things is going to happen. Either apes are going to fold and they win and bankrupt the company, or apes win and hedge funds have to fold. One of the two. But there is no closing out their positions. That's not an option. There is no in the middle ground. There's no imaginary scapegoat where they get to just drop the price just enough to where they can close out their positions. Mm-mm. They still have all those naked synthetic shares that are out there that they have to unbundle. Those still exist. That's why people say, have the shorts covered? No, they haven't. Until they cover, we're still winning. Gary says, what purpose would Melvin Capital have for saying they're closing? What purpose would they have? I mean, it's obviously not what it is that they're saying. The only purpose I can think of is that they're signaling for something. Yes, Savvy, exactly like Sears zombie stocks. That's the only way they get out of this. They can only get out of this by turning this into a zombie stock, bankrupting the company. Other way around, bankrupting the companies, turning into a zombie stock, and then they can do whatever they want. It's the only way they can win. Jordan says, oh, thank you, Jordan. A narwhal whale, yes. I couldn't think of. Now I saw your message says I'm unsubscribing now that I know you're not a believer. At first, when I read that, I was like, uh-oh, does he think that I'm not a believer in AMC squeezing? Because that's not the case. But you were talking about the unicorns. I don't know. Hey, man, I'm Santa Claus. So, I believe in all kinds of crazy stuff. Alex, if you're talking, let me look and see what he has. Because there was one video that I did watch and another one that I did not. So let me look and see real quick what you're talking about. 5 hours ago, I did not watch that one. I just pulled it up and I saw it on my notifications. Looks like he's got one from, well, it looks like he's got 9 hour ago one too. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, it updated. The last time I looked at YouTube was 4 hours ago, so it was saying 5 hours. But 9 hours ago, I did not watch that one. Wait a minute. No, that's not the one I watched. Does he have 2 videos now? Oh, no. I know who I watched. It wasn't AMC Bigums. It was somebody else. All right. I have not seen it yet. I'll have to watch it. Apes R Us says, "What's the possibility of 5 to 10 year standoff? Things remain as is because at least they still survive even if they are bleeding." I don't see it happening. I don't think that's happening one way or the other. This market is way too fragile. This market is not going to just recover all on its own. Something is going to snap and break. I don't think, I feel like you're fishing for like a time frame, right? Like what's the longest this could possibly go? And I've said this before for a very specific reason. If I told you you were holding Hackshire Birthaway, if I told you you were holding Hackshire Birthaway A, not B, A. I think it's A. Is it A or is it B? Dang it! Now I just forgot. Why? Burke. That's right, Burke A. It's Burke A. I'm pretty sure it's Burke A. Or BRK. Oops. BRKA. I think that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. $509,000 a share. If I told you you were holding on to Burke A, how long would you be willing to hold on to it for? And I'm not going to give you a date. I'm not going to give you a date. But I'm telling you, what if you're holding on to Bitcoin? Trading at just about $40,000 a share right now. How long are you willing to hold on for? 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years. Let me do some math. Let me do some math here. Let's just say you hold 100 shares at 40,000 a share, right? I should be able to do the math pretty easy here. That's $4 million bucks. 100 shares, $4 million. Of course, there's taxes taken out, right? Stupid taxes. You maybe walk away with, 1.9 to 2 million, depending on what state you live. You might walk out with a little bit more than that for 100 shares. How long would you be willing to hold on to this for? So let me rephrase your question. Would you be willing to hold on to AMC for 5 to 10 years if you could trade it for $40,000 a share? F and A you would. F and A you would. Are you going to believe, though? Are you going to believe that that's a possibility? That's the real question. What kind of ape are you? Are you the kind that could hold out for that kind of money? Or are you going to be the kind that wants to sell as soon as you see whatever price it is that makes you feel like you got tingly balls? Gary says, you're a white chong in the van. Oh, man. Francis Boyce says, Jordan, oh, my bad. You're talking about unicorn. I thought he was talking legitimately about me believing in a squeeze for a second there. Legit, Francis, I had a little bit of a knot build up in my throat, like, oh no. I just made somebody think I don't believe in a squeeze. I totally do, guys. I totally do. Nosa says, know how Adam Aaron measures each tweet. You think he would say STH, like let them eat crow without being confident about the game. Oh, without knowing. Yeah. But I mean that's the thing. Space Ape it wasn't Space Ape. That was Apes R Us. You guys with the apes names are all getting me confused here. Apes R Us. That's the thing, man. Like legit. Like seriously. Like I can't even begin to describe to you that we get to set the price for the first time in history. We have control. We are the ones that get to set the price on this. We have to be demanding. The only way we get the price that we want is for us to be demanding on what it is and standing for what it is that we want. But we'll never get there. We'll never get to what it is that we truly want if we have attitudes of how long am I going to have to hold on to this for? 5, 10 years? Those are the kind of attitudes that don't get you Bitcoin types money. It's not. It's not the kind of attitude at all. Because that's the attitude of like, I'm just going to get the hell out of this thing because I'm tired of this. Well, stop looking at it. You don't have to come back every single day. You don't. I'm just recording this for historical reasons, man. You know, if you got to walk away from this and turn it into a savings account and just pretend that it's going to be a savings account and you don't have to worry about it, then do that. You know, if that's gonna be what it takes for you to have that attitude of like I'm gonna get what I want out of this, instead of how soon can I get out of this the fastest, change that mental attitude. You can't be a winner if you're always looking for an escape plan. And I'm not trying to pick on you, Apes or us at all. It's everybody. We all have these thoughts that go through our head. Every single one of us. Everybody. Me, Jordan, Stock G13, Gary, Doctor, Savvy, Alex, not Low Boy. Not Low Boy. He's the only one. But we do. We have these thoughts and they cross our minds. And it's okay to have those thoughts, but it's also important to realize what it is that you're holding on to. And if you can't remind yourself of that, I can't do it for you. I can't do it for you. Gary says, speaking of taxes, how much do they take out if you haven't held on to it for a year? What's the percent? I'm not a tax advisor, Gary. Oh, no, it wasn't Gary. It was, it was Gary. I'm not a tax advisor, Gary, so I think I would be ill of me to speak on this. I do actually know the answer. But I'm not. I think the smartest thing for me to say is that you need to talk to a tax consultant. If you haven't started interviewing tax consultants, now is a bad time. They're really busy right now. They really, really are busy. But What you could do is maybe start talking to people that you know and finding out who they recommend as a tax advisor, CPA, right? And get with a CPA when they're not so busy. Maybe interview them if they'll allow you to. I've called a couple CPAs and tried to get interviews, and they make it very difficult to get a hold of them. So they always want you to buy something without, oh well, if you do this and this and this, then we'll talk to you. You got to pay this, that, or the other, and then we'll talk. It's like, no, you don't understand. I want to give you a lot of money to help me transact. I want your some of my free advice first, to tell me whether or not you're somebody I can trust. Um, find somebody. Find somebody who will talk to you about that. Now is the time to start looking. Um, of course, you probably won't find much help right now because of the tax season that we're in, or the time of the year that we're in for tax season. Um, Gary, you're calling me Casey, like that's it's K and a C, buddy. How much taxes would they take out if it's less than a year? Yeah, it's higher than if it's more than a year. Dr. Zeno says, tingly balls, is that a new trading indicator? Sometimes it is. You'd be surprised. It also ranks right up there with that other indicator called um, puckered up butthole. Tingly balls and puckered up butthole. Those are two very, very good trading indicators that you should not trade on. Just saying. Because I didn't want to put up the green screen, Alex. That's why. Alex is asking why is the inside of my van been kitted as the front room, and I'm trying to make it spacey in here, man. I'm trying to make it spacey. It feels good. I like it. Oh shoot, it's 10:20. It's time for me to take a break. I forgot about the 10 a.m. Numbers. Steven says the problem is that a lot of people got in this because people like Trey and others were making it sound like it was going to squeeze a long time ago. So to say to someone, hey, 5 to 10 years, it doesn't sit well. Yeah, I understand that. I don't know who's saying 5 to 10 years from now. Oh, okay, I got you. Let's take a look at the numbers, guys. I'm like 20 minutes late, and I'm gonna, if I can get through these numbers in 10 minutes, I'll come back at 11:10 instead of later. So let's try to get through the numbers. Let me log into Fidelity real quick here. Heading over to the other page. I'm not gonna give him a hard time. I'm sorry. I'm thinking in my head here and I'm laughing out loud and you guys are like, "What? I don't get it." Yeah, it's just gonna stay in my head. Off exchange 43.76% and CBOE EDGX at 14.99. I would expect those to be somewhere around, see, 10 o'clock in the morning. We should see about 49 or 50% off exchange. CBOE EDGX should be about 11 or 12%. And we got 45.81 and 16.28. Now, you guys, I know you're going to say this. It's going to be the first thing you say. How in the world did they get all those extra shares to be able to borrow? That word, the words are going to come out of your mouth on Monday. I know it. And I'm going to sit here and I'm point to this right now. I'm going to say, look at that CBOE EDGX. 16.28% of our total volume is heading into the off exchange for the ETFs. What does that mean? That means that there's going to be more shares available to borrow out of the ETFs. Where is it? That's it. That's where the volume's coming from. That's a really high percentage. Look at the 30-day percentage versus where it's been in the past. 16.28% today versus 12.28% over the last 30 days. They're dumping massive amounts of volume into the EDGX to avoid price discovery and to give them more shares to be able to lend. How do we fix that? Sell to the lit, or sell. Buy to the lit exchange. It is one of the levels of participation on being an Ape owner of shares, purchaser of shares. It's really important, guys. Buying that lit market, super, super important. It makes a difference where your shares go. And slapping that ask, that's another one. Ortex says that an hour ago we had about 949,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down, or up to 961. That's not going to have too much of a change on short share interest of the free float at 19.24%. Cost to borrow at 2.1. Taking a look at options. Yeah, I don't want you guys to think that I'm ever singling you out when I talk to you. And I'm not. I know we all have those thoughts that go through our heads. I'm just thinking that in my head right now. Like, I'm not trying to single anybody out here. It's just I happen to be talking to you, but we all have those thoughts, guys. We do. Every single one of us. Volume at volume at $17.50 an hour ago was 7.7 thousand contracts, which is now 13.7. Still high volume. On the puts, at a $17 strike price an hour ago, it was 4.6. It is now 7.7. Those are in the money. This is that turd that I was talking about. Everybody's buying into the turd. Price started running up. What did they start doing? Buying into those turds and those options. What happened to the price immediately after? Went down. Stop buying turds. Who buys a turd? Yeah, that's called fertilizer, man. Oh, man. I laugh at myself. Nobody else is laughing. Taking a look at Fidelity's orders by customers, AMC and GME are not going to be in the top 10 list with low volume. However, AMC is in 23rd out of the top 30 with 66% buys to 34% sales. We are absolutely 100% buying the dip, and GME is not on the list. Also, I want to just mention, and I haven't done it in a while, I want to mention that HYMC is not on the list either. Just throwing that out there. Trigger price for SSR is $15.17. Shares available to borrow from earlier has not changed. And fees have gone down 0.1% to 1.2 from 1.3. Calls still not reporting correctly. And check out 520 a month from now. Already over 100K. They have purposely delisted. Like, notice the only thing that's not showing up right now are every single one of the weeks where the options chain is low. Everything is in this next month. It's just not listed. Something's going on there. NASDAQ is down 0.75. Dow Jones is down 1.32. S&P 500 is down 1.22. The market is declining with 5,018 decliners to 2,605 advancers. The VIX is up 8.25. IWM is down 1.33. Tesla is up 1.77. Amazon is down 0.48. Cinemark is down 0.72. Doge is down 0.57. Bitcoin is down 1.73. GME is down 0.72. HYMC is down 1.22. Hood is down 0.77. And AMC is down 1.07%. Everybody is hurting on this except for Tesla. They're the only ones on my list here that is actually up. The VIX is down, guys. This is not just AMC. It's market wide. $2 million more in outflow than inflow. So far, we've traded 12.93 million shares for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see. I think I did the math right. I'm getting 42.76 million shares for the day-to-day is the math that I'm getting. Let me just make sure I did the math. Yeah, that's right. 42.7 million shares is the pace that we're on. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. We're definitely on that pace. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.7. On the daily, we have more, let's see, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 41.78, which is below average. On the hourly, we've had a crossover within the last hour. And since market opening, we've had a couple crossovers, but there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.1, below average. And on the 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.87, below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.29. Let me see if I can get a read on where we're heading here. Boy, if this day doesn't look like another day, I don't know what. You guys remember this pattern? Man, these patterns are like so stinking repeatable. It's insane. Hold on a second. Let me just go back out to a 5-minute here. Doesn't this look almost identical? There's a little less of a steep slope here, but it has that. It has the shelf or the flag, maybe you might want to, the pennant period. And then you've got the pennant period here. So we might be looking at a little bit lower of a price and then trading for the most part sideways for the rest of the day. It almost looks identical from that day. It could be a little bit more like this day too, though. Although this day didn't have the uptrend in the beginning portion. Man, this is not hedge funds that are causing this price to do this, guys. This isn't how it systemically looks. These are on-off switches. This is what happens when you just hide price discovery through dark pools, off exchange. They're either on or off or just holding neutral. There's no there's no normal trading. Like, I don't know, let's go over to IWM, maybe that'll look, yeah, like, there's nothing like this. It doesn't look like routine changes in price that are just kind of all over the place. It's just either up, down, or sideways. It looks different to me. Let's make that assumption. Let's see here. By the way, let's go. Oh, did I delete it? Let's see. I don't recall if I deleted it. I think I deleted it. Dang it. Let's use yesterday's price action to see if it's going to mimic something similar. So this would put us at a closing price of about 1621 if we were to mimic something similar to this. I did something like this not too long ago where I put, oh, here it is. I didn't delete it. I suggested that this day right here was trading very similarly, but also having like mirror images during certain periods of time. So you have like during this period of time right here is a mirror image here, and a mirror image here. But notice that the total price by the end of the day hit the same target. And I actually copied this day from, I think it was this day. So I copied from the 13th of April, posted it on top of the 19th of April, and sure enough, we dang near closed out price exactly where we hit. Today's pattern is really looking very similar to me. I know I know there's a little bit of a deviation right here, maybe like a mirrored deviation, but I think price is still hitting the shelf here. We might see a mirror image of this heading up and trading along the side, but I think there's a very good chance that today may end up trading some mirrored points of time to this pattern, but finishing the day out around 1621, well, or just 1620-ish. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Not at all. I could totally see this breaking out up, trading up here sideways for a while, breaking back down, touching here, maybe breaking back up again, touching maybe a little bit of upwards action here, and then coming back in and closing out down here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to keep this up here like this. And we can watch how it unfolds throughout the day. Again, all I did is just simply take one previous day's data and attach it to another day. These patterns are becoming very, 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 they seem to be very obvious. Hayden says, I want to hear people on Discord. The Layer Zero, congratulations on the new job. More money? I don't know. I don't know. What does it mean? I'm assuming more money. Hayden, if you guys want to talk, so here's one problem that I have, Hayden. I don't have any moderators for the channel at all for the Discord. And what I would like to have is if I'm gonna walk away from the channel and have a Discord running, I don't want it to just have anybody just be able to take over and start talking, and have their like just turn into like a bunch of crap, like a crap fest. You know what I'm saying? There's just too much at risk by doing that, by not having somebody who can control. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do though. I was thinking about it this last night, and I was thinking, I'm just gonna create my own Discord. Maybe I can make some moderators for the Discord, people I meet up with and talk and trust, to be able to run that, and we can have our own. It'll be free. Everything's free. Remember, everything with me is, I'm not gonna charge you nothing. It's just gonna be a place to where we can meet and talk. You mean when we MOASS, not every day? Okay. Well, I was thinking that's good because I was actually thinking about doing the whole Discord thing on just Wednesdays. But or maybe possibly like the last hour of every day. I don't know. I kind of want it to be a special thing and not just something we do every day. Um, I feel like when we do the same thing every single day, it takes away from the specialness of it. And we gotta have special things. You know what I'm talking about? Like rewards, things that make us excited, things to look forward to. So, because we don't get too many of them, so you gotta make sure you do. We can set up a poker night in Discord. Is that possible? If it That'd actually be kind of fun. I don't know if it's possible or not, but that'd be kind of fun if you could. Anyways, but yeah, we'll figure it out. I'm gonna try maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna create the Discord this weekend. I was thinking about it, but I might wait until my son can help me with it, just because I like doing projects with him. It's fun to spend time with him and get him involved in things, which means that we would have to wait for hmm, next weekend. We'll see. But I'm gonna go ahead and take a break, guys. I'll come back at 11:10. I'm gonna kind of getting late out of here, so. Space Ape says friend's husband was a trader on Wall Street pits. He got out due to health issues and not trading anymore. I couldn't understand, but now I know why. Yeah, take a break, man. Take those breaks. You're not tied to this thing. You do not have to watch it on a daily basis. Set your price alerts. Come back when you need to. Jay, I'm well aware that there's imposters. Well aware. You'd be surprised, Jay. I kind of know what's going on. I already know. I'm pretending not to know, but I know. I'll see you guys in just a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. See you guys in a little bit. I'm back. Man, this is depressing music. I'm gonna cry. The VIX is up 13.54%. Sorry guys, I was eating a little bit there and trying to do a bunch of multitasking, so I came back a little bit later than I thought I would. Boy, I'm glad that music's over. What do I make you guys listen to? Jeez. Let's see here. I got Fidelity updated. Let's take a look at our numbers. I do want to check something real quick here and see how this is tracking. Look at that. Wouldn't you know? Printing a couple TD 8 and 9s in there twice. Printing a couple 8 and 9s. Almost following the pattern. It's got a little bit of a mirror image on this portion. It didn't mirror the entire portion up here. I thought maybe it might go up top up here, mirror, and come back down, touch down. Looks like it mirrored this portion of it right here, potentially a little bit. Might step back down to around this 1620 range. We'll see what happens. I'm still going to follow this throughout the day. Printed an 8 and 9 TD sequential here and didn't really get much of a lift up off of that. Printed another one, didn't get a lift off of that. Definitely pushing the price down on us. The whole market, as stated earlier by somebody else in the comment section, this is the whole market, guys. The whole market is doing this right now. Even Tesla, that was doing well earlier, is struggling to stay above in the green. We're not down that much. We're really just kind of, it's only a couple percent. Not that bad. Let's take a look at some of our numbers here. Compared to how much the VIX is up by 13.54%. Gee whiz. Jiminy Christmas. Off exchange an hour ago, 45.81, and EDGX at 16.28. Price discovery being really hidden through those. Oh, my glasses. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Gotta get my glasses. Alrighty, sorry about that. Did I refresh this? 45.81 and 16.28. Is that what we're at right now? 45.21 in the off exchange, which is low. The EDGX is making up for it though at 16.3% going to those ETFs. Pretty hefty. Let's see what Ortex has to show us. As of an hour ago, there was 961,000 shares having been borrowed. Now it's down to 175. That's going to lower that estimated current short share interest of the free float just a tad bit to 19.17. Cost of borrowed is down a little bit to 2.07%. And taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options an hour ago was at $17.50. Still the case. It went from 13.7 to 14.4. Somebody finally got the message. Maybe I shouldn't be buying options this high. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't buy any at all. On the puts, at a $17 strike price, an hour ago, there was 7.7 thousand contracts. There's now 8.4. The player, not the house. Taking a look at Fidelity. Orders by Fidelity customers. I think earlier we were at like 21st position. I think. Uh-oh. Fidelity's not responding. There we go. AMC currently in 24th most heavily traded stock on Fidelity with 69% buys. Nice. To 31% sales. Looking pretty strong. GME has made it back onto the list. They're 30th. They currently have 68% buys to 32% sales. Looking pretty strong. $15.17 is SSR trigger price. Shares borrowed in the last hour. 50,000. That puts us at 2.1 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day compared to 1.65 yesterday. Fee is at 1.2. Options, holy moly, they're actually showing back up on this page again. 2.9 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls versus 192.7 out of the money. Puts, 26.6 thousand contracts are in the money versus 30.8 thousand contracts are out of the money. I'm going to do a little math here for you guys. I'm just going to round off here just a little bit. 26.6 plus 2.9. We have a total of 29.5 thousand calls and puts together combined. 29, almost 30,000 contracts that are in, we'll just round it up and call it an even 30. 30,000 contracts that are in the money on puts and calls. 30,000 versus 223,000 contracts that are out of the money. Oops. 7.4 times the amount of contracts are out of the money compared to in the money. I'm going to read you something. I'm a part of a group. I'm part of a couple of groups of influential people in the community. I'm just going to leave it at that. And I mentioned to him, I said the amount of call options opened on the price rise this morning and the subsequent price fall was comical. Retail needs to GTFO out of the AMC options altogether. The response that I got, one of them was, I don't think we need to get out of options. Some need to learn how to trade them. I've made a lot of options overall. The $40 calls were good for me last year. Last year, they said. Notice they said last year. That's how gamblers talk. At one point in time, I used to be a winner. I never put too much into them and always buy months out and not too high strike. I have 25s for May and June and 40s for July. A bullish options chain is key to driving sentiment for share buying. Traders look at it. So long as we have gamblers within the community, the price will not drive up. We have to get rid of our gambling problem. The cow will continue to be milked so long as there's milk there to be produced. NASDAQ is down 1.4%, Dow Jones is down 1.53%, S&P 500 is down 1.55%. We currently have 5,552 decliners to 2,116 advancers. The market is bleeding. The VIX is up, 13.58%. I can't help myself now. After Sean said down the other day, I think I'm saying it now. No, I see down all the time when I see green. I don't know. The VIX is up 13.58%. That's pretty high. It's pretty massive. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Nasty. That's a nice looking candle right there. IWM is down 1.77. Tesla is up 0.91. Amazon is down 1.8. Cinemark is down 0.72. And officially higher in price than AMC. What a joke. Doge is down 0.44. Bitcoin is down 2.45. GME is down 2.8. HYMC is down 2.55. Hood is down 2.25. And AMC is down 2.88%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we have $2 million more in outflow than inflow, and volume currently at 15.8 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see, what time is it? We're on pace for about 34.8 million shares traded for the day today. I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.27, which is above average. Sorry, below average rather. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.79. It's just marginally higher on the sell side. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.12, signaling that the stock is being oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.07, below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.09. What does OBV look like? Let's take a look at it, because that's kind of one of the factors where I told you guys, is like, if there's something you should be worried about, OBV should be something that you're tracking. Let's go ahead and pull this out to the daily. OBV should really be tracked on the daily. We can move this over to the other side. Does anybody know how I can move the prices over to the other side of the page? Like, I really hate them over on this side. It's like driving me nuts. I have no... Oh, wait. There we go. So much better. That was really kind of upsetting me a little bit there. But let's pull up the daily on this, and let's take a look at OBV as an indicator. Hopefully I don't have too many indicators already. Whew, got it. All right. I'm going to move it up top. And let's get this as a histogram. Sometimes it takes me a minute to find, oh yeah, that's right, here we go. All I'm really looking for right now, I'm not necessarily trying to line up price too much with this right now. What I want to see is, what I don't want to see is, that's probably the better way to say it. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see a massive drop compared to where our pass has been for on balance volume compared to our price falling from, this high of, what was this, 34.33. From 34.33 on this fall down here, how much volume did we actually lose during that period of time? And if I were to look at our current period of time here and just kind of let the dotted lines there fall across, you can tell that we have lost some volume, but it's nowhere near like some of the lower levels that we've seen in the past. So while price is down this low here, it's lining up with kind of this point right here, but notice that our volume actually remains higher right now than it was at that point in time. Right? So if I look at any one of these points in time here and move up, you can see our current volume is still higher. What does that mean to me? People are holding. That's what that means. They're holding. It's just a happy little river. It's not a raging rapid like the price is showing. It's just a happy little river. Maybe it's just a little brook. A little babbling brook. You just gotta maybe just beat the devil out of the brush. Just beat the devil out of him. It's not looking bad, guys. Yeah, sure. Volume's definitely dropped. I get it. Right? But where does it set up compared to price from the past? Volume's higher. It's currently still higher. Retail's not selling. Not diamond-headed apes anyways. Not based on this data. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are saying. Dr. Zeno said Jackson Hunter was saying 8 months ago that options are killing the MOASS coming. It's been forever. I really can't remember how long it's been since I've been saying this, Doctor, but I want to say since probably at least December. At least December. So he's been saying it longer than I have. Donick said, do you think the NASDAQ can drive a reversal since it just touched 1350 or 13,500 and it seems to be bouncing? No, not necessarily. I want to say, I'm just going to call you Jay. You said keep up the great work, Casey, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Habib, bring it on. Bring it on. They can give me a chance to triple down? What? What? I can triple down? What? Get the hell out of here. I can't. Oh, man. Bring it on. Sammy, you're welcome. I guess. I think that was a compliment. Excellent reporting. Thank you. Appreciate that. Remtech says, and I buy and slap that ask every chance I'm able to. I don't even look at what price it is at the moment. I just know I'm buying it. Doctor says, okay, Shaw, the epic battle music on breaks is cool. We are an epic saga battle of ages. You are Gandalf. Do a poll. Are you Gandalf the Grey or White? I don't even know if I want to start that. Oh, man. I don't even know if I want to start that one. It's better than hearing people. Well, I'm not even going to say what I was going to say. Sammy Boy says it seems like this price range 14 to 18 is the bottom unless we suffer even further negative macro economic pressures. If that happens, F it, I'll buy more, baby. See, that's the beauty of behind all this whole buy and hold stuff, guys. Like when you break it down to the simplistic nature of it, and you have people who are committed into staying in a stock because they want to see it win and they believe in it. You can't short a stock like that. Why? Because as the price drops and it becomes cheaper, it induces more buying pressure. It induces more buying pressure. And then the people who are shorting it don't know how to deal with that. They absolutely have no idea how to deal with that other than to make the situation worse for themselves because they have to. The only way that they can win is by bankrupting the company. That's it. That's the only way they can win. So they either have to make us go away, which we're not doing, or they have to lose, which they don't want to do. So of course they're going to drag their heels. They're going to do everything they can to make us go away. Remtac says it just says sale to me. You know, it's funny, Remtac. It doesn't say sale to me. Let me tell you why. To my knowledge, whenever I hear somebody, nobody in particular, but whenever I hear somebody say sale, and then they buy it, but they don't need it, uh, then I always I go like, well, you weren't gonna buy that anyways. So that's not really a sale. That's you just them dropping the price to where it became profitable for you to buy it because you thought in the future you might want it. In this particular case, this isn't really a sale. This is a bargain. This is a bargain because you already own it and you're probably going to buy more anyways. And so they're bargaining with you. They're giving you a bargain. I don't know. I just have such a negative connotation to sales. They're bargaining with you, like, we'll give it to you cheaper. And you're like, oh, fine, pull my leg. I'll, I'm gonna start donating blood, plasma. I'll take that bargain. Sammy says, imagine if Rage Against the Machine made an ape song. Triggers MOASS. Beeb says, I don't think that they realize that retail has money. You know, that may be part of it. You know, they may be thinking like, eventually retail is going to run out of money and have to give up kind of a thing. But and I don't think that's going to be the case. Yeah, they're forcing us to buy more. That's the best part. Like, oh, dang it, fine, pull my leg. I'm gonna have to buy more now. This 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 bicycle that I got back here in the big tramp, this bike's going, man. Bring it on. Yeah, I'm getting me some more shares, more tendies. Yeah, and I love the fact that every single month that it goes. One of the things that I really love seeing right now, guys. This is probably one of the most promising things that I love. I love seeing this. I love seeing the fact that they took out a short-term loan, right? Short-term loans are going to have higher interest rates, right? So that on February 8th. So what's the point in having security lending volume? Okay. The reason that they have security lending volume is it allows somebody to take out a loan of shares on a short-term basis with the knowledge that they're going to sell those shares at a more expensive price than whatever it was that they bought that they're lending them for, right? So in other words, if you thought a price hike was coming, you would loan those shares at this price right back here, which was on that day about $15. You loan the shares out at $15. The price runs up to something exorbitantly high. Obviously, not this wasn't high enough for them because they didn't sell the shares into the market. But you let the price run up to something exorbitantly high, and then you sell the shares into the market, and you collect the difference. And then as you sell those into the market, obviously there's going to be shares coming back in. You collect those shares as people are selling off, and then you return those shares back to whoever you lent them to originally, and you just collect the difference. You paid 15 bucks for them. Maybe you sold the 30 shares or the 30 million shares at 150 bucks, right? And you pull in the difference. What is the difference? Well, let's check it out, right? So let's just say that they sold them at 140 bucks. They got them for 14. So we'll just say 15. 140 minus 15. 125 times 30. I think it's like 36 million shares. $4.5 billion. $4.5 billion. That's how much they stand to make. So why are they holding the kitchen sink? Because they stand to make $4.5 billion when the price starts to run. Why else are they holding the kitchen sink? Because when they hold on to those short-term loans, they can keep the cost to borrow average down because those are still lendable shares. They just haven't been returned yet to be lent back out. So they stand to make $4.5 billion on shares that they're going to sell at $140, maybe $150 a share, and then have more money to be able to use to manipulate the price as it's moving upwards to try and get it back into control again. But this encourages me. It encourages me because I know that those shares are still out there because utilization is still high. Those shares are being utilized and they haven't been returned, but when they do get returned, those, the cost of borrow will start going up because then those shares will start being lent. But by holding on to those shares, they're keeping the cost of borrow average down and allowing other institutions to still borrow shares so they can do the trading that they need to do on a daily basis back and forth to try and manipulate price. But $4.5 billion is what they stand to earn off of these shares once the price does start running back up. When you see the price drop from $140, $150 down to $60 within an hour or two, that's the kitchen sink. That's when the kitchen sink has been thrown at us. That's the $4.5 billion that they're collecting. Those things excite me. You know why? They're holding on to 36 million shares, and they're paying a daily interest rate that's probably through the roof because they're short-term loans. Those loan shares are not meant to be there for 52 trading days. If you go back and you look historically at some of the numbers from the past on that same chart, here, I'll show it to you. Same kind of thing happened back here. How long did they hold on to them for? Let's just zoom in on June because that's probably one of the more ones that kind of look closer like what we're dealing with right now. The big spike for this one came on May 18th. So they held on to them for like half a month, less than half a month. There's a couple of spikes that were back here. But if we look at securities, or if we took a look at shares return, we would probably see that they return those pretty quickly. Doctor, yes. Actually, I mean, partially yes, partially no. I think they secured those shares because I honestly think that they were preparing for the market to run. Because if you look at short interest at the time, it was starting to dip as well. Like they were trying to close out as many positions as possible. Let me pull that up on here. let's see. See the dip? Do you see the dip in short interest like right after they borrow the shares right here? There's like a pretty massive dip. But let me show you the on loan amounts. There's a dip right there, and the on loan amounts as well. The day after they bought those, you can see two dips, two major dips, and I think they were preparing for the price to run up. Why didn't the price run up? Because I keep trying to beat it in there. Everybody's stinking head. It's not hedge funds and market makers that are controlling price right now. It's the long institutions that are lending shares out. They're making crap tons of money on the derivatives, on the premiums, by closing the price out as close as they can to get as many out of the money as possible. But they really thought the price was going to run back here, so they borrowed those shares. Now guess who they borrowed from those shares from? The brokers, the long institutions. They borrowed them from. They're paying crap tons of money. Our brokers are making crap tons of money on lent shares right now, just absolutely raking in the bucks. They're they're loving this, absolutely loving this, because this is what they want to see. This is where they make their money on the front side. This is how they make it worth their while to be a part of us. They're making their money, but they're making it off of our backs, and we have to stop that. We legitimately have to stop them. And the only way we can do it is just to not play the game. If we stop playing the game, if we stop playing options, then they'll be forced into letting the price run, because there won't be any cow to milk anymore. The farmer wants to milk the cow. We are the cows. Our brokers are the farmers, and they are farming the crap out of us. We need to stop buying options in AMC. If you want to go buy options, go buy them on something else. But so long as they're making money, generating revenue off of premiums, they're just going to keep doing this. And they're just going to let it go on and on and on. Jay says, I'm sorry if I missed it, Casey. What are your thoughts on next week with AMC? So the options chain was starting to become weak starting next week. But do you notice how like they've stopped like Stonko Tracker's not been reporting, and so I can't see the data now. Give me a second and let me pull it up and look at the open interest, because I want to give you an idea. Last I looked, we were over 100K in open interest out of the money call options. Well, let me take a look at it real quick here, because I can still pull this stuff up on Fidelity. I might have to put together an Excel program that does the calculations for me. But if I had to guess, yeah, let's just do that. I'm gonna do a rough estimate here, and I'm gonna base it off of open interest instead of just volume for next week, because I don't know how much of that's going to turn into open interest. I would imagine all of it will. I'm sure all the volume will probably turn into open interest, but I don't want to make any assumptions. So let's just go with, as it stands right now, out of the money call options in open interest, we have 79.1 thousand contracts, which is under 100K, which is what I like to see. However, today's data in volume currently has us at 43,000 contracts, right? Yeah, if all of those contracts turn into open interest for next week, we'd be looking at well over 100K in open interest on the calls. That would be out of the money, all of it. That's bad. We really need to see those numbers like under 60,000 contracts that are out of the money, or less. And here we're like nearly at 120, 122,000. I don't know. I'm sitting here. All I got to do is just hit it like a sum. I don't know why I like make things so hard on myself. Yeah. 122.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money, and that's including today's volume and all the open interest. Now, I know not all the current volume today is going to end up being open interest. Some of it will close out before the end of the day, but not all of it. So to answer your question in a very long-winded kind of way, I don't have great hopes for next week because the options chain is still heavily loaded. There's a lot of money to be made there. The layer 0 says, haven't they lost more than that, suppressing us? Yes, yes, yes. I don't remember the last statistics. I think so, but that's not the point. That $4.5 billion is going to be the money that they use to try to keep the price in control as we're moving up to really high numbers. Now, good point. Because they're losing a lot of money right now while they have those shares on loan, which was probably killing their margins. So it's definitely hurting them both directions. Sammy Boy wants a beer. 2 weeks, Adam. Doctor, I'm really against like trying to promote myself, and I spend 9 hours sitting here doing what I can, covering what's happening throughout the day. You're not gonna like this answer, but it's on you. It's on you guys. It's on you guys to start spreading the word. If you think and you agree that what I'm saying is correct, then it's on you to own that and either agree with it and move forward by telling other people and spreading the word yourselves, or doing nothing. Those are your choices. You don't. I mean, you can. I don't want you. I never ever want you guys to feel like that you need to go out and say like Casey said. I don't want you to feel like you need to do that because I'm not trying to get you guys to go like, go forth, multiply. I'm not doing that. So, but if you guys agree with it and you think it's the right thing, then say something. Right? It's the whole thing. Like, see something, say something. Like, if you think you agree, go out and start saying the same things. Our voices matter. In our community, our voices matter. And if enough people stand up, I mean, that's what you do, right? When you have family members that are gamblers, you have an intervention. You get enough people to stand up to the people who are toxic within the community and causing problems, and you want to see some changes, stand up to those people. Stand up to them and tell them why they're wrong. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt because not everybody's going to agree with you, just like I just read off to you a minute ago, where somebody's sitting there going like, no, I made lots of money last year. Here we are in April, and he mentioned last year he made a lot of good money. Where's his good money now? why, why isn't he talking about the earnings that he's making right now? There's a lot of people that made some money last year, but we're not in last year. We're in now, and things have changed since November. Those who are controlling price right now are not the same people who were controlling price a year ago. So that's the answer. I would, James, but I that's like to me I just really see that as like I don't know. I feel like that's a problem, right? Like going around and like trying to push like a narrative just turns you into like that it makes you look like you're the crazy. You ever ran into the crazy before? Oh yeah, I know you have. And all it's going to do is it's just going to cause people to want to ignore what it is that you have to say. I think we have to have intelligent conversation with people and not just throw out room raids and try and get people to buy on through um, the same tactics that the hedge funds use by sending shills into places and doing the same thing. We're so we're so what's the word I'm looking for? We have so much PTSD within our community now that anytime somebody comes in here and says something and it's not a name that I recognize, I instantly think like that's not a real person. Say hi. So if you guys start going around to different rooms and you start, rating it with, 2 weeks stuff and no options may, what's going to happen? People are just going to ignore you and be like, oh, that's just another one of those crazies. So I mean, what it really comes down to is having an intellectual debate with because here's part of the problem. The people who are playing the options and probably not doing so well are probably really intelligent people, super super intelligent. They may be some of the smartest traders we have amongst us in the apes group, but they're not recognizing the harm that's coming out of what it is that they're doing. So trying to convince them is going to be one of the hardest things, and throwing out no options may is not gonna it's not gonna do anything for those guys. We have to legitimately have an intervention. Sit down with these gamblers and be like, look, can you just not gamble for 1 month? Just don't gamble for 1 month and see what happens. Resist all urges. Even when the price starts running up, resist the urge to step in that turd and just hold off for a month. Wait for it to start running for after a month, and then after it starts running after a month, then maybe start doing the options again. Just hold off for a month. See what happens. It might get better. And Nosa brings up a great point, right? Isn't the algo being managed by them? Well, a lot of people use BlackRock's algo, right? Uh, Aladdin, right? So if there's anybody out there who knows how the system is going to work, BlackRock probably has a pretty good handle on that. So Remtac, nobody can trade better than the algorithm. The algorithmic systems that they have, the computer systems that they have that make these trades are like super quick, right? I mean, you can just watch the chain, the order book, and you can see. I said the chain, I meant order book. You can watch the order book, and you can see how fast this stuff is playing out. Nobody can do this. No one person can sit here and do these things as fast as they're doing them. Dan says just need the algo computer to do a Windows update and then it's Moon City. Yeah, that's what the lawyer says. So I'm basically agreeing with what no human being can do what these algorithms are doing. They're doing it at such a high pace, speed, I mean, I'm showing you guys the 1 minute ticker here. If I showed you the one tick, like every time a trade goes through, watch this thing just fly. I mean, it's just like cooking. And when you look at the volume during these seconds here that go by, you've got like massive quantity of orders that are going through. This thing just absolutely flies all over the place. I mean, not all stocks look like this, but ours does. Yeah, yeah. It's outside the realm of human capacity when it comes to trading the market. I don't know. ABC. I mean, I think there should be some kind of regulation. I think there should be. I think we have it's much like society, right? Um, our society has moved so fast through the technological age that um, we've been playing catch up on like everything. Look how long it took for us to have like cell phone laws for people who are texting and driving or calling, and hands-free laws for phones. It took way too long for stuff like that to have to be regulated. So the market's way behind the times. I mean, we're still talking about T1, T2. We're still talking about T2 when we have computers that are doing less than millisecond type transfers, and we're talking about settlement cycles of 2 days. The legislation for how fast computers have moved through our general usage is way behind. We need our legislators to kind of like do a warp speed on their understanding of what computer systems can actually do. If any of you guys have ever been in the military, you know what I'm talking about. Like the amount of technological advancements that we have in the world around us today, like the military is legit like behind. like like some divisions are way advanced, but there are other divisions that are still using like really old software systems, like really, really super old, really old. I mean, just the technology is ancient. It's super, super ancient. When you have airplanes that are flying around that were originally built 20 years ago, you have to think to yourself, what kind of computers did they put into those planes from 20 years ago? What did they put into them? Of course they upgrade them and stuff like that, but I mean, it's not the same. And our government is way behind on that kind of stuff. And they really need to kind of do like a warp speed type update. I said the same thing the other day, Adam. I said like the only real way that we could really fix this is just ban, like go back to the floor. Like the stock market has to be traded on the floor. No more computer systems. Force it back to the floor and forced human trading. It's the only way that we could probably do a good reset on the market. It would be painful though. Savvy says, so I have this friend who refused to spend $14 on one share. Asked me to gift her money when it does squeeze. Oh man. Dan says our legislators don't even know how to turn a computer on. I'm not going to disagree. It's 12:05, guys. the layer 0 says our phones are more powerful than than the ones that we use to put people on the moon with. And it's so true. It is so true. And working. This is the most interesting thing to me. It's interesting. You guys are probably going to get bored of tears hearing this. I'll say this one thing, and then I'm going to move over to doing the numbers. But so I work in I worked in the industry of making computer chips, right? I work on these like millions of dollar tools that were creating computer chips. Well, the tool itself doesn't create a computer chip, but it's part of the process that's used to create uh, one of the many layers or steps that go through to make the final computer chip. So, anyways, $1 million tools that have older technology inside of them, making newer technology. And it almost becomes one of those points. So when you sit back and you think about it, you have to you take a step back and you look at the machine that it is that you're working on. This $5 million machine that you're looking at. It's running wafers through the tool to try and make to do a step for process of making a computer chip. And you're sitting there wondering yourself, how is it that every single chip in this tool that is probably more like severely behind the times is making chips for the future? And it really makes you start to think about like which came first, the chicken or the egg. How in the world could we get to the point where we had tools that are creating smaller sized chips when they're working off of older technology that's several years behind the times? And when you start to kind of think about how the process works and how we're always constantly getting smaller and smaller on chip sizes, um, and yet the tools don't change as nearly as often as the chip size does. It really kind of makes you understand or understand how quickly we're moving forward in progress, but lagging on production. Production and movement within companies isn't near. As an example, I can't stop this. You guys got me talking about my work. As an example, you'll sit down at one of your computer stations at the company you're working at, making some of the most highest next generation computer chips that are going into phones or whatever it is they may be going into, and you're working on Windows XP, and you're sitting there, you're going like, or you may even have a system that's working off of DOS. Right? You might be working off a system that's working off of DOS, and yet here you are making the next generation computer chips uh, for phones. And it's like, what? How does that work? How does that happen? Crazy stuff. Anyways, moving on. Um, it's quite phenomenal. Um, it's amazing to see. Even though the tools are behind the times, they're still amazing to watch. Looking at our current numbers on the off exchange, 45.27 and 16.3 for the EDGX. Is now 45.63 on the off exchange and 16.07% through the EDX. A lot of price discovery going through the ETFs. An hour ago, we had 175,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex, is now up to 549,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.21. Cost to borrow averages at 2.12. Taking a look at our options. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at $17.50 with 14.6 thousand contracts. There's now 15,000 contracts. On the put side, an hour ago at $15. An hour ago at $17, there was 8.4 thousand contracts. There is now 8.7 thousand contracts. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the top 10 list, low volume. AMC is in 24th position with a 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. We are absolutely holding through this and buying this dip like it's candy. GME still holding 30th position on the list, and they have 73% buy to 27% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is 15.17. Shares borrowed in the last hour. It looks like another 50,000. Yep, another 50,000 shares, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. 12, that's not right. I did count those earlier. Nope, I counted those. No new lending that's occurred. 2.9 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 192.7 thousand are out of the money. 26.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the puts versus 30.8 that are out of the money. Earlier, guys, I read you the 429 dates, and I said that the numbers were 79.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money. This is saying 76.4, so not sure who to believe. I doubt the open interest went down, but that's what I'm getting on Fidelity. Numbers are close, at least. NASDAQ is down 1.64%. Dow Jones is down 1.63%. S&P 500 is down 1.74%. We currently have 5,623 decliners to 2,075 advancers. VIX is up 14.24%. IWM is down 2.04%. Tesla is up 0.46%. Amazon is down 2.03%. Cinemark is down 0.96%. Doge is down 0.5%. Bitcoin is down 2.5%. GME is down 3.83%. HYMC is down 3.18%. Hood is down 2.01%, and AMC is down 3.5%. We currently have more outflow than inflow by about roughly 2 million. Total volume traded so far, 17.91 million shares. Let's see if we can figure out what our pace is. Let's see. $31.3 million shares by the end of the day is what we're averaging our pace for right now. That'll obviously decrease a little bit and then increase in about 2 hours from now. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.19, which is below average. More selling pressure than buying pressure on the hour or on the daily with RSI at 40.6, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.88, signaling that the price is oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.03, below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.3. Which is also below average. You know, I just got done telling somebody the other day that technical analysis works, and then I don't draw any lines. All I put up is the Bollinger Bands anymore. I mean, I try to draw stuff out, but to be honest with you, like, we've had just so much stuff happen that doesn't make sense. We might be on a descending parallel channel here. Let me just try and check it out here. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. We've got like 4 touch points on the top, 2 touch points on the bottom, almost a third touch point. To me, it looks like we're on a descending parallel channel. This should break. This is bullish. When it breaks out, it should break out going up. It's a pretty long one. And I'm going to pull up one other thing that I've been kind of interested in as to how this is going to play out for the day. Let's hide the OBV on this and take a look at the minute chart and check and see how that that copy and paste pattern's looking. Did it not save it? Boo, that sucks. Why didn't it save it? Hold on a second here. What do I click on? That sucks. That's easy. I can fix this. I'm going to post back up again the bars patterns. For some reason, it deleted my bars pattern from earlier. Oh, wait. Now it decides to show it. What's up with that? Oh, I had taken off the image. All right, so there we are. Compared to yesterday's trend, it looked very similar to me. It could be that we're approaching a breakout, heading back up again. We'll see if that occurs. I'm still thinking we close around 1620. Sometimes I put boxes around lines of support and areas where we should be breaking out, as price will usually find its way down in these boxes, consolidate, and then break out during those periods of time, leaving out just the tip. So we might see the breakout here. It could happen sooner. I mean, based on that chart I just showed you how we're overlapping it, it could be any minute. But I'm going to put this box here as a potential spot to where you could see some support held from this Fibonacci retracement and breaking out of this descending parallel channel. It's always just the tip. Brandon, you always leave out just the tip. Only Fidelity, Adam. But I would say this, and I know where you're going with that. I know what the thought process there is. There's a lot of volume of retail that's invested through Fidelity. So it is a very good indicator. I guess let me try and rephrase. I'm really bad with words. Let me try to rephrase this. If you wanted a good distribution to plot an idea of what's going to happen, or if you want to look for a pattern or trend, how much distribution would you need to say that you'd need to have in order to come up with a solid idea on what direction we're heading? Like total sentiment. Oh, look at Andrew Riggs saying, would a trampoline help? How big of a trampoline you want, Andrew? Because I got some big tramps in the back here. You let me know how big of a trampoline you want, and we'll try it. Do you see where I'm going with that, Adam? You don't need a 100% distribution in order to figure out what the trend is to analyze the total population sentiment, right? So I think Fidelity is more than enough, and if I had to guess, they probably have 25% or more of all of AMC's shares. Total ownership of all shares, I think they have at least 25%. And I'm not talking 25% of the float. I'm talking about 25% of all of the shares. Justin says, I've been looking into quantum computer processors as one of my next long-term investments. Have you looked into this? I have not. Adam Aaron apparently has a tweet. Let's see what it is. some of the stuff that like pops up on my Twitter feed is just ridiculous. I don't understand it. Like, come on. All right, let's see what Adam Heron has to say. Today we announced Laser at AMC, a $250 million upgrade to AMC movie-going in coming years, switching old projectors for state-of-the-art laser projection, much brighter, sharper pictures on screen, the greenest environmental initiative in AMC's 102-year history. Just don't let your kids turn around and put their eyes up in there. unless you want to fix their corrective unless they need corrective lens what do they, I don't even know what they call it, corrective adjusting of their eyeballs. I don't know. I've never even thought about it. My prescription strength's so low I can't even imagine. And I hate it when I go to the eye. I hate optometrists. I don't hate optometrists. I hate them touching my eyeball. Froggy Keto says Froggy Stonk is a small channel who's promoting no options made. Froggy started that Keto, and I've been having background talks with those guys for a long time. I think he's, excuse me, Froggy. I had a Powell moment there. Froggy is he's a very intelligent guy, and he is really quick to what's the word I'm looking for? Um, he knows how to push something. He knows how to push something. I don't know how to say it. I don't. It sounds like I'm saying it in a negative way, and I'm not trying to. I'm trying to mean it with the best way possible, and I just don't know what the words are. But I fully support and back what it is he's going for. And I was listening to him talk with Gabe last night. I thought that was very interesting. I'm not going to say anything beyond that, but I really want to. In case you guys are wondering who Gabe is, that's Review Dork. For those of you who've been around long enough, me and Review Dork have gotten into it a couple times. How much of AMC dropping now is from screwery versus AMC just dropping with the indexes dropping? Um, to be honest with you, it really just looks like exactly what it looks like. It looks to me like we're just moving to try and get as many out of the money options as possible. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Einstein says tinfoil hat on. BlackRock has been buying up tons of real estate as value hedge against the soon to crash market. Yeah. You're not the first person to approach me to have a somewhat similar idea, Einstein. Not exactly the same, but it's interesting to me though that both you and the other person are kind of, I think, hunting down the same rabbit hole. Um, and I'm gonna wait to talk about that until later, but we'll get there. Big Tramp, huh? Let's see. Let's just put it right here. We're gonna put like a. I can't make them too big anymore because I've got too many indicators. My indicators are too big anymore. Wait. What? I really want one of these tramps to hit. Hit that tramp. I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get like totally censored by YouTube. They're gonna be like promoting violence. Promoting hitting people called tramp. I'm so not PC guy. By the way, I'm really not. I mean, I know there's worse people than me. I legit know that there's worse people than me, but I'm so not PC. And it just depends on my mood as to how non-PC I get. There we go. I just pulled the tramp out of my back, back of my truck, my short bus. Ask Trey, he knows what that's all about. Oh, ooh, shh. Let's see. Let's see. Adam says yes. I understand. Thanks. You're welcome, Adam. When the Citadel hits the fan, our brokers like Fidelity are going to be exposed as complicit in all this corruption. They know how many shares are out there, and they continue to screw their clients. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad. I agree with you, ABC, because you have to remember that every share that we own through our brokers, they have to provide for that, right? So they're going to have to find a share eventually on the market, and it's going to get rough for a lot of our brokers to be able to do when it comes time for us to sell. Have you seen the short interest on CRXT? It's showing 696% on Ortex. How the F is this legal? Let me see. Let me see. Actually, you know what? Let me just pull it up on. I'll pull it up. It'll be on the top where HYMC is. Yeah, I got cost to borrow is 540, so it's probably changed a little bit since. Oh, short interest. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I know what this is. Hold on a second. Hold on. CRXT. This wasn't ringing a bell at first when you first said it. Hold on one second. Let me look something up. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Huh. Okay, hold on. I want to check this out. Average 3-month volume 1.28. Free float 14.05. So we're looking at like a 5%, little more than 5%, maybe 6% of the free floats traded daily. So 1.28, 14.05. Oh, 9.1%. 9.1% of the total floats traded on a daily basis. My bad. That's high. That is really high. Give me just one more second here. I want to look at this some more. Hmm. You know, I don't know why I always do this. Like every single time, I always forget to see who owns it. Why is it that I always leave that? It should be like the very first thing that I do every single time. You guys should do it too. Every single time you look at one of these stocks, the very first thing you should be doing is looking to see. Wait, what did I just pull up? CRXT. Casey's broken. What the hell is this? I mean, I see what it is, but I mean, what hold on a second. This is just going to bother me. So I've never had this as a problem before, but when I went into Fintel to try and look up to see who the stinking who owned this thing, it would not give me the information that I wanted to find, and it was really odd how that was working out for me. It just did not want me to see what the number. So I had to go to Google and look it up through Google, and then I could pull it just fine, not a problem. But Fintel didn't want me to find this information. I've never had that problem. Like you can look up any stock and it shows you what you can just click on the quick link to go to the institutional share owners. Not on this one. Anyways, long story short is that it's owned by 76.47% institutions, with some of the largest institutions being come on, stop. Pfizer, Lamont David, no, yeah, current shares, yeah. Capital International Investors, Capital World Investors. BlackRock. They only have 1.3 million shares. Only. Vanguard's in there over a million. Morgan Stanley's over a million. There's a lot of funds. A lot of different funds that are invested into this pretty heavily. I don't know, something weird's happening here. That's a weird one. Just note, all I would say is just note, who's involved in it. Anytime you're getting into any kind of stock, you're going to want to make sure who's involved, because that's who you have to compete against. And sometimes you don't always want to compete against just anyone, if you know what I mean. Adam said, I thought you were drawing a pentagram at first. No, man, that's my big tramp. I store 'em in the back of my truck. I got big tramps galore. Are we getting anywhere? I was having a moment. I could have just gone straight to Google, but it always kind of like it makes me curious when I get stuck on a problem and you're used to using a certain method for finding something and then it doesn't work anymore. It's just kind of like one of those things where it's like, why? Why is that the case? Why is all of a sudden this not working, but everything else works just fine? Casey, full disclosure, I bought 50 shares just because on CRXT it's going around Twitter. Okay, well, there you have it, guys. Full disclosure from Nate. He got 50 shares. It'll play out. Stay the course. Of course, they'll never let us see the progress. When the boom booms come, we'll be there. The new deluxe Shaw mug will come with a pre-squeeze Shaw Daff the gray and post-squeeze Shaw Daff the white. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. I think I need some coffee or beer. One of the two. Hope it's getting close to time. About an hour and a half. I want to check something really quick. Give me just 1 second, guys. I want to check something out really quick, too. Let's see. All right, so we're inside my box. We've definitely traveled down this descending parallel channel here pretty well. We're right down into the box. I suggested that the likelihood of us closing around $16.20 is pretty high in my opinion. That's that's basing it off of yesterday's data. Just posting yesterday's data on top of today to see where we might close if we traded really closely to those numbers. We have exceeded the amount of time that we would run downwards towards, because the run up yesterday would have started around 13.19, but we continued to trend downwards. This may mirror on the bottom side and then come back up and touch. We'll just have to see. What I will say though is that typically speaking, when you have a level of support on a Fibonacci retracement like this at 1604, you'll usually see price hit the level of support, bounce off of it, and on a descending parallel channel like this, that'll typically be the place where it consolidates into this wedge and then finally break out. It's where we should get the breakout. And if we don't, if it decides to go the other direction, well, good luck with that because we got Mr. Trampoline there. So, yeah, good luck, hedgies. Either way, you're screwed because they hate the trampoline. I don't know what it is. They hate the big tramps. Although you'd think that the hedge funds were like very consistent about. Habib, Chan Chan, good to see you. How's that positivity working out for you? I did see Bigum's video while I was on break, by the way. I did see it. It's like Habib. I want like in my mind, I want to see Habib as like Kramer when he like busts through the door. His head's like bouncing like he's like wired on some crack cocaine or some shit. He breaks in. Did you guys see Bigum's video? I just wanna laugh, just like it's like straight out of Seinfeld. Aviv says, Casey, stop joking, man. They are not letting MOASS, no ass happen. We're all going to lose. Oh man, you make it so exciting. You make it sound so exciting. Wait. I gotta try this one on Habib. I don't know if I've ever tried this one on Habib. Habib, what should we do? What should we do, Habib? My gosh. Oh no. What do we do? Tell us what we should do. Tell us, Habib. I need to know. What should we do? The suspense. I can't wait. I'm on the edge of my chair. Wait. Hold on. I'm sitting on the edge of my chair, Habib. I'm waiting on your every message. What do we do? What do we do, Habib? Please tell me quick. I must know the answer. Answers, man. Habib, help us. What do we do? Oh, I'm shaking here. I can't wait. The suspense is terrible. I'm the expert. No, you're the expert, Habib. You're the expert. Come on, Habib. You can't leave us hanging like this, man. Watching videos after videos from these rich YouTubers is not doing anything, man. I'm not rich. I'm really not rich. You know, I should say I've done very well for myself in my life. I don't consider myself poor, and I don't consider myself rich, but I'm just another guy. That's what I am. Just another guy. So what do we do, Habib? I need to know. I gotta know, Habib. It is killing me here. We have 102 people, and you're only one of them. So, oh wait, sorry, it dropped down to 100. You're one of those people, Habib. So now I have 99. Oh, and I got 99. It's dropping. You're right, Habib. It's dropping. Everybody's realizing that. Oh no, it's back up to 100. Never mind. Okay, so you're the number 100, Habib. Tell me the other 99. Oh, it's to 101. 101 people. Habib, quick. 100 people in here. What do we do? Quickly. Hurry. Tell us before it goes up more. Hurry, Habib, you have the floor. Quickly. What is it? Let me tell you guys a little bit about what people can't tell you what to do. And I think that's probably all I have to say. What they can't tell you what to do, all they can do is generate fear, panic, anxiety. Oh my gosh, we're shaking in our boots. Oh, you stop being humble, Casey. You deserve the success that you achieved in your life, and you should be proud. You're not just another guy. I am, man. I can't even begin to tell you how I am literally. I'm actually, um, I'm just another guy. There's nothing special about me. I'm, I'm just as special as everybody else. Everybody could do what I'm doing. They could, 100% absolutely. If they had a wife who supported them through something like this, they could absolutely do this. They could sit down, they could study, they could take the time to learn some of the charts, some of the charting techniques, and it just takes a little bit of willpower to do something like this. But I need to know. I need to. I have a special tree for you. Maybe I have just a happy little tree. Dr. Zeno says I like the abuse. It makes me want to buy and hold more. Habib. Oh, that was Adam that said that about me. I'm seriously just another guy, Adam. I'm totally like just legit another dude. Alex says, good afternoon, Casey. Was on business calls all day. Just noticed price. Did a bunch of option calls get bought today starting at 16.50 and up? And why? Yes, they did, Alex. 100%, like legit, like first thing this morning, 7,000 call options went in like within the first 30 minutes. I mean, they just bought the crap out of the call options and now look at it. And I went on to one of my Twitter groups, and I made a comment about how comical people panic FOMO into buying options because price starts running upwards, and then it immediately, as soon as those start being, within the first hour and a half, we had 14,000 contracts for calls that were out of the money in volume today alone. 14,000 contracts. Some days we end the day at 14,000 contracts. And in the first hour and a half, 14,000 contracts out of the money. There's a gambling problem amongst us. Where did Habib go? We need financial advice from Habib. I'm really kind of disappointed. I've been sitting on the edge of my chair here for a few minutes now, and I've been waiting for what we should do, and it's dying now. The panic and concern's gone. I'm not feeling it now. I think he could tell me something, and I would just not feel as emotional about it. It's sad. Dan says, I listen to all and any info. I don't agree with all of it. It's kind of like religion. So many to choose from that identity with your own personal values. Habibi equals brother. Adam says you should be the main character of your life. we all should be the main characters of our life. We are, I would assume. We're all special, right? But when I say I'm not special, I'm just another guy. I'm saying that I'm literally like I'm just as special as the rest of us. There's nothing unique or maybe there is. Maybe I do have some unique qualities, but every single one of us has unique qualities. I can't draw worth crap, but I can sure beat the devil out of the brush. And that's great. That makes me special. It makes me special that I can beat the devil out of the brush, but I sure can't draw. Oh man, I love what you just said there, the layer zero. None of us singularly are the main character in this arc, but together we will prevail over the antagonists of this planet. We're not gonna take it. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Right there. I wish I had those kind of words. Man, those are good words. The layer zero is actually low boy in disguise. Dr. Zena says, without your beard, you're just another schmuck. You probably start calling me the Hobbit instead of Gandalf. I could see that happening. It really looks like we're coming down to the breakout here on this thing, but it doesn't look like it's going to move quickly. That's for sure. It doesn't look like it's going to turn into what looks like a breakout. Hanzo says, I'm going to tell my boyfriend it's good that I go to the casino. I love gambling, but I don't want to hurt 8 with options. I think he meant hurt AMC with options, and I don't know how to do awesome. That sounds like Jana's got voice to text there that didn't quite work out. But Donkey Kong says, my magic 8 ball says we should buy more. Excuse me, I had another Powell moment. Powell's bowels. But Donkey Kong, can you be my future 8 ball expert? I don't have an 8 ball in my pocket. Can I reach out to you for future 8 ball readings? Dang, I'm way behind. Let me quickly read down here. Habib, why are you so concerned with people putting money in AMC? We're like a company. We like the stock. If it goes down, we buy some more. What's wrong with that? Agreed. Passive aggressive Casey is very entertaining. See, the problem is ABC is that what you have to understand that they send people around to different channels to try and incite fear into people. And the one thing that they can't do is they can't tell us what to do with our money. They can only incite fear, panic, and to cause an emotional distress, right? And so how do you combat that? You combat that with saying, okay, well, what should I do? Because they can't tell you. All they can do is try to create panic, fear, and create that psychological moment of panic, right? So what are we going to do? You can't tell me? Oh, then I'm just going to stick to my plan because you can't tell me what I should do. Hayden said, hey, Casey, did you hear Melvin Capital is going bankrupt? I did. Did you hear? I can't do it. I can't do it with a straight face. T-Dog says, are Fridays the best days to buy shares at discounts? Feel like Fridays are always the lowest prices for the weeks. Sometimes not. It's hard to say, man. I think Mondays typically tend to be well, when we have green Fridays, you're more than likely going to have green Mondays. Um, it's really difficult to say. Like, I know what you're trying to get at. You want to know, when can I get the best dollar? When can I get the best bang for my buck? But really, when it comes down to it, when you're buying shares of AMC, that's not how you should be thinking about it. You should be thinking about how many shares can I just get at any given time. And the reason for that is you're trying to push the price upwards, right? With by buying at whatever price it's at. It doesn't really matter. So I don't. It's very difficult for me to give you a good answer without sounding like I'm the kind of person that's like condoning, like just trying to get the best price you possibly can, which is not really going to help us. Whimsy Chick says, Casey, but when Zen Master Jay Ingram makes a video venting frustration about corruption and shorting, that seriously worries me. Did he put out a video about that? I'm gonna have to check it out. Hanzo said a week or two. Yeah, I haven't seen Joe in a while either. I think he's stepped away for a little bit, which is a good thing. OIP says, I want to hear Habib talk on the Discord voice channel. It could happen. Yeah, it's not Habib or T Dog. I know it's not the best. I know it's like one of the crappiest answers you could possibly get. I want to give you a better answer, man. I really do. Um, but you understand, right? You understand where I'm coming from. I can't really like legitimately say that I back, like, slap that ask and then say like, yeah, but if you want the best price, buy on this day. It's like, yeah, just buy when you can. Buy when you can. It's your money, it's your choice. That's probably the best thing to say, right? It's your money, it's your choice. You got to make those decisions. Um, I'll try to. I can try my best to tell you when I try to tell you guys things like our like this. What's our worst day of the week? Our worst day of the week is Wednesdays. Hands down. Wednesdays are by far the worst day of our week. Doesn't matter what happened the day before, we have like a 19% or a 1 in 5 chance. We have like a 1 in 5 chance at having a green day on Wednesdays, historically speaking, for like the last year. So when you consider that, consider that, right? Thursdays, if we have a red day, or sorry, let me rephrase that. If we have a green day on Wednesdays, which is rare, the chances of us having a even lower percentage of having a green day on Thursday is highly likely, meaning we have like a 13% chance of having a green day on a Thursday where we had a green day on Wednesday. Does that make sense? I can give you numbers like that. I can throw out numbers all day long of some of the stuff that data that I've compiled. But I try to talk about this stuff on a daily basis. I try to give you as much information as I can so you can make the choices you want to make with your money. Casey, you should understand that not everyone is confident. How do you know I'm confident? That's the best part of space. How do you know I'm confident? You don't. You don't know how confident I am. You think I'm confident because I express or exude confidence. I could be really scared crapless. Or maybe I choose to just not have any feelings about it because I'm going to watch to see what it is that everybody else is doing. And I allow my feelings to be based off of what you guys are doing. And let me tell you, You guys are doing a damn good job of holding. Damn good job. And if Miss Harris is listening, yep, I said damn. I'm say it again. You guys are doing a damn good job of holding. Sam, I think first you have to download the app or the program and create an account, and then you would I could place in the link, and I actually haven't signed up on Discord in forever, so I would imagine it's no different than registering for an account on like say like Twitter or any other social media. Dr. Zena says I like to trade purely off emotions. It's a winning strategy. It was funny when I saw trading with emotions. When I first saw his name, I was like, it kind of threw me off for a second. I was like, wait a minute, why in the world would you? And then I had a chance to be able to talk with him for a while, for just a brief little bit of time, and it was very brief. Some messages back and forth and stuff, and he's a great guy. He's a really good guy. I think um, it's the exact opposite of that for him. KL says we want to buy you a bigger van, bro. But this van fits all of my big tramps. I don't want supersized tramps. I only want the big ones. So it does appear that we found some kind of support down here right around like $16 and perhaps like 10 cents. My Fibonacci retracement goes to 1604, so it's possible that the Fibonacci is just slightly off. We are, I mean, I don't really want to call this a breakout of the descending parallel channel, but we're definitely outside of trading inside there. I mean, and you're seeing the VIX. The VIX right now at 17.15%. The market everything is red now. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's look. I bet you we're going to find out that the whole market's just on fire. We may be seeing the beginnings of the ends. Old Hippie says, I need a big tramp keychain with a Casey action figure in my deluxe shop mug for historic reasons. You know what? I've had this fantasy that when we all meet, then I'm gonna just pass out like some kind of like little like trinket like that or something, like some kind of like maybe big tramp keychain or something. I don't know, but something like that'll happen. I'm pretty sure of it. So don't you worry. Just something to remember. I can't imagine it any other way, honestly. Let's take a look at the numbers. And then I'm going to go retire in my corner while you guys all party. Be like, all right, you guys have fun now. Here's your keychains. Yeah, and you won't even recognize me because I won't have this Gandalf beard anymore. Taking a look at the off exchange. Off exchange at 45.63, CBOE EDGX at 16.07 as of an hour ago. Let's refresh that and see what it is now. 45.46 and 15.95, pretty close to the same numbers. Let's take a look at Ortex. Did I refresh this? Okay, I did. Sorry, I'm watching the price run up on the side over here. We definitely did break out of that descending parallel channel. 549,000 shares having been borrowed an hour ago is now down to 351,000 shares. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float just slightly to 19.19%. Cost to borrow is at 2.12. Taking a look at the options chain. Passive aggressive. I'm thinking of passive aggressive Casey now. At $17.50 an hour ago, we had 15,000 contracts. There's only 15.1 thousand contracts now. Well, that slowed down. But wait, the price is running up. Oh, quick, go buy turds. That's gonna be what happens. Like all those gamblers out there are gonna be like, oh my gosh, it's 1626. If we buy 17, I can make up for the 1750s that I bought earlier. And they are. They're gonna load up on $17 contracts, and then it'll never hit. Turds, must buy turds. I was watching South Park with my kids last night, and I was like, I'm just gonna start calling it Tegrity. You got buying options, just like buying Tegrity. Oh man, it was cracking me up. On the puts at a $17 strike price an hour ago, there was 8.7 thousand contracts. There's now 9.2. Targeting. Digger. Everybody's like, you've lost your mind. No, I'm good. Just trying to have some fun. Orders by Fidelity customers. They will not be on the top 10 list today. Our volume is impeccably beautiful. Beautifully low at putting us 22nd on the list here. We have a 75% buy to 25% sell ratio. And GME coming in at 30th with 76% buys to 24% sells. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. You guys are doing a damn good job of holding and buying. I'm loving it. $2.9 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 192.7 out of the money. 26.6 thousand contracts are in the money versus 30.8 that are out of the money on the puts. Guess what you want to buy right now? Options. Targeting. If you're going to buy options, you got to buy Turgity. Turgity. NASDAQ is down 2.15%. Dow Jones is down 2.02%. And the S&P 500 is down 2.15%. The market is on fire with 5,764 decliners to 1,946 advancers. And when I say fire, I'm talking about hot lava, don't touch the ground, jumping from couch to couch. It sucks. Sucks to be in the market today, to be anybody. The VIX is up 18.69%. IWM is down 2.36%. Tesla is down 0.24%. Amazon is down 2.96%. Cinemark is down 0.84%. Doge is down 0.54%. Bitcoin is down 2.93%. Everything's down. I'm just reading percentages now. GameStop's at 3.62%. HYMC 4.47%. Hood is down 2.25%. I can't stop saying down. AMC 3.35%. Down. Outflow versus inflow, $2 million more in outflow than inflow. Volume at 20.03 million shares. I am inside my range, but let's see what kind of price we're going to hit. Man, are we going negative beta to the market? That would be freaking sweet. That would be awesome. Whoops. 390 minus 109. 281 minutes. We're on a rate. Our rate of volume for the end of the day today is 27.8 million. That's the pace that we're on for. 27.8 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said 20 to 40 million. It's looking like it's going to hold. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.17, below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.52, which is below average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.44, having dipped outside of or signaling for being oversold for a couple hours now. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.96, below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a crossover of the vortex indicator, currently showing a crossover within the last 5 minutes with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.08, which is right down the middle. And there's our breakout. And whoever says technical analysis doesn't work would be wrong. There's the breakout. Literally at the end of my box. They're scared of that tramp. Well, there we are. Mirror image. Might get a little bit of a mirror image of this section right here as well. Although what I think will probably end up happening is we'll probably trade up to this point right here around 1640, perhaps. Maybe do the mirror image on this side of this hump right here, and then close out, come back down and kind of close out the day down here around 1620. So you can celebrate now. Might not look the same a little bit later. It's okay though. We're buying and holding, and that's what is important. With that, I can see what you guys are writing. Man, guys, we're just about 50 minutes. We're about 45 minutes away from beer 30. Durker Durker. Durgety. Oh, man. KL says, did you hear about Melvin Capital? I did. Feeling once like Casey Shaw shaves that beard, it's going to be a case of where's Waldo trying to pick Casey out from the crowd. Probably. Every time I buy, Hanzo's saying, every time I buy some shares, the price usually goes down $2 to $3, and I'm like, oh my God, oh well. Myself says, who's this Melvin you speak of? Capital. Thick says, remember that secret sign? Oh, I doubt it, Trent. It would be if margins had started calling, you would be seeing price moving, I think, a lot quicker than this. More Powell. Powell's bowels. I did, Nikki. You saw Adam Aaron's tweet a little earlier ago. Poked a little bit of fun at it. You know what? I didn't like it. I need to like it. Hold on a second. Like. I poked a little bit of fun at it. Said, you know, it doubles as corrective laser surgery for your kids in case you know you're dealing with hard times, or adults, whatever. I was the one that did it myself. You weren't here to hear it. Dang it. You missed my whole funny part. Sam says, any thoughts on AMC upgrading their projection screens to laser projectors? Yes. Free corrective free corrective eye surgery. I don't know. I don't know what the cost is on their normal projectors, but I can almost guarantee you that, well, I mean, I don't know. I would like to think. I mean, he says it's going to be more green, so I envision that they're probably more less energy or more energy efficient, I should say. So, um, there's that. If that helps to drive down costs, that'll help. What if Old Hippie says we could make a mini Casey beard cha 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 chia cha cha chia? What if I like made a keychain that had a fuzzy big tramp and the fuzzy part on it was beard hair? But it would be funny if I gave you guys all the keychain and you guys are all like, it's even fuzzy, and you like it's like watching you guys like all rub it and everything, and then and then I like get up to like talk or something and say something, an announcement to everybody to have fun at the party or whatever, and then I go, oh, by the way, make sure you enjoy that beard hair that's on your keychain. That would make my day. I could see myself doing something like that. Nate Ross says, breaking news, Melvin Capital joins with the retail Gabe to make a supersized hedge fund full of memes and shorts. Sam thought that was funny. America, yeah. Two Gabes, one fund. Oh, nice. I like that. A fuzzy turd. Is Big Tramp a real van? Yes. Oh, do I have a real life size model? No. I will. You wait and see. You wait and see. I am a man. My wife is gonna hate the fact that I buy it, but you know what? I'm gonna buy the crap out of that thing. And if I can't buy that one, I'm gonna buy that new VW bus looking thing and make it look darn near the same. Casey, if I end up selling really high when I watch you on MOASS, I will get a cover-up tattoo of a postal stamp on my fist. Oh, of my first husband's name. I will call it my tramp stamp in honor of all this work. You said fist. I didn't say it. Like salt on the rim, there was a where there was beard hair. Wait, hold on. Nikki, you're killing me. You said, would you interview us with a fluffy microphone nudging into our noses? And then immediately I was still thinking about the beard hair, and I thought it would be funny to coat the microphone with my beard hair and pop people in the face with it. I'm sorry, but that makes me laugh. Why not? Healthy Nutrition Fit says, I'm sorry, but I'm legit crying right now because I thought that was really funny. Because you've ever seen those microphones that have like the big, like large amounts of hair on them, like they're like really super fluffy, and you go like, why? Like, did they really need to put that much fluff on that microphone to make it look like it's a little stuffed animal that died or something, and they put it on the end of a stick to hold in front of people's faces? Oh man. The feds are playing with a quirky barrel. I can't even read this now. My glasses are off. You know what happens when you wear glasses and you tear up and then you're blinking? It like it it's like flicking water in front of your glasses, and then you have a bunch of wet spots. The feds are playing with a quirky barrel. Those 10-cent coffee signs just went up to 30 cents. Yeah, you got to get rid of that, Hanzo. You definitely got to get rid of that. The Biden interview one. So we broke out. Yeah, I just read what you said, Hanzo, there, and it makes me sad. Sorry. Leave it at the tramp stamp. We broke out where we were going. If MOASS, I will get a tattoo of Casey in the van. Promise. I can. I'm like. I'm imagining like some coroner. Like uh, he's doing whatever he does, whatever coroners do, and he sees this van with this you know Santa Claus looking dude in it, and it says Big Tramp on it. Okay, hold on. And just going like, what the hell is what's the story behind this? I'm sure coroners probably I wonder if they ever look at tattoos that people have on them and just kind of wonder like what the story must have been. Like what in the world did this person do to get that tattoo? I'm not going to go there, Trent, but let's write it in the notes though. 1610 because I haven't been updating synthetic price failure. 1666 was the last number that I had in, so 1610 is what I'm putting in now. That is a 53.1% decrease in price. We've been decreasing since 329, so we've been almost a full month here now. Wait, 329? Yeah, we're going on really close to a near month of straight downwards price movement, up to 53.1%. I mean, this is a test. It's a major test here. We haven't seen anything like this in all of the history of since last. When did I first record? I started recording the 13th of May, and because that was shortly after I'd. Well, actually, that was about the period of time where I felt like this was kind of like moving into that phase of where we were going to start seeing 20%, 40%, and 60s. What is wrong with my phone? My phone legit says that it's charging and it's not. Weird. No, myself. Please don't do that. Please don't. Honestly, I wouldn't want you guys to do that to yourselves. I really wouldn't. It wouldn't make me feel good inside knowing that a tattoo of something that I had done was on your body just because. I mean, if you really want to do something like that, do it because you want it. Not for me. Do it because it's something you want. I have a tattoo. I don't know if I've ever shown you guys. Nosa says 2 weeks would be an awesome tattoo. Just few people would understand it. Yeah. Where do you think we would AMC and overall market be if COVID never happened? Ooh, that's a great question. I'm going to show you something really interesting, Space. This is going to blow your mind. And I kind of posed this question to somebody one time, to a couple people. But this is what I want to show you. This is going to absolutely just blow your mind here. So first off, I want you to see that right here there's a level of resistance. We're like in a wedge pattern here. Powell moment, excuse me. Should have turned off the mic for that one. I want you to notice that there's a touch point here, a touch point here, a touch point here, a touch point here, and then finally the breakthrough. Now, this is this run up right here on the VIX. And remember, the VIX is the opposite of anything else. So it's telling you the volatility of the futures, right? It's predicting the futures, telling you that the market's going to be volatile and that it's going to have, bad things happening. Market's going to go down, right? When this goes up, the market goes down. So this is what I want you to understand, though. If this is 2008, 2000s, and then, or I said 2008. If this is COVID right here, this is 2020, not 2008. If this is February of 2008 VIX right here, showing you that the economy is going to have some struggles from COVID, how the hell did this predict that we were going to have COVID hit back here starting on 2/9 of 2018? How did this get so many touch points right on the nose? 1 touch point, 2 touch point, 3 touch point, 4 touch points. There's even a 5th touch point right here before getting the breakout. 5 touch points on this chart right here. And it all stems from a signal that occurred in 2018. And I ask you, what comes first? What comes first? A market crash or people getting sick? And us going into a lockdown? Because this shit was predicted in 2018. COVID was predicted in 2018. That's going to throw you for a loop. Yeah, it is very wild. That it blows my mind. Maybe it doesn't blow your mind. I mean, I feel like maybe you guys are just being sarcastic, but it blows my mind because when you look at that and you like, holy crap, the market predicted COVID 2 years before it even happened. 2 stinking years before it even happened. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Was it really the pandemic that caused the market to fail, or was the market already failing and they needed an excuse? Because that chart tells me somebody knew it was coming. Somebody knew it was coming. And they need an excuse. I don't know. I have a hard time with that. I don't want to believe that. I honestly don't want to believe it because I hate tinfoil hats like that. That kind of crap really pisses me off because it's like, no, 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 because then they're going to sit there and tell me that it was planned. And I'll be like, no, come on. No, 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 no. But man, I'll tell you what, when you see stuff like that, when you see data, hard data like that, it is so hard to ignore. It is so, so hard to ignore. Really super hard to ignore. And I hate it. I hate it with a passion because I love data so much. I really, really, really love data, and and I like debunking conspiracies. But that really makes you stop and think. It really makes you stop and think and like go, oh dang, that's crazy. The chart comes first, the stories come after. Have you read into how the options data has been deleted? I have not read into that. What are you talking about? I feel like that's a joke. Micah says the chart just proves the past does dictate the future. You know, and I've said that. I said that before too. You know, Micah, if you go back in historical charts and you look at the crash of this is the exact way that I posed the question to the think tank that I was talking to at the time. I said, what comes first? Market failure, pandemic, um, war, or is it pandemic, market failure, war? And the reason that I'm switching pandemic and market failure around is because I'm trying to illustrate a point. And the point is that really maybe, maybe, just maybe, the whole reason that you have a market failure in the first place is because or the reason that you have a pandemic first is because you know, and then I go like, yeah, but there's no way they could have planned the 1919 pandemic. There's no way they could have planned that out. There's just no way. I could see something like that happening today, but there's no way that they planned the pandemic in 1919. But in 1929, the market crashed, and then you had war. And I don't know what the order is, but dang it, history sure has a way of showing some interesting stuff. Myself, take care. Have a great weekend. David said, "What's really gonna bake your?" I was hoping you were gonna say cookie, but what's really gonna bake your noodle is would you have still broken the vase had I not said watch out? Welcome to the Matrix. I was really hoping you were gonna say cookie. I was really hoping you were gonna say cookie. I'm telling you, David, it's crazy, man. I hate that kind of stuff. Like I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's like when the data supports the idea that a tinfoil hat theory may actually be true, it really irks me. It irks me because I don't want to believe in it. I just don't. So did you know about COVID in 2018 or just realize from the VIX pattern? All I was doing, Space Ape, is I was coming. So when I was drawing out the patterns on this, all I was doing was just drawing areas that connected to each other, right? Trend patterns. I was charting it just like you would chart anything else. And I was finding trends and looking for trends that touch points. And so when you see that this trend is predicting the future outbreak and it breaks out right where COVID happens, it's like, wait a minute, what? How does that happen? It's just general charting. That's it. General charts. And I wasn't trying to like prove COVID or anything at all. And it was crazy because after we drew it out, we started realizing, um, wait a minute, we have a lot of touch points on this line, and this was COVID. How in the world is that possible? Nosa says, in my opinion, based on the theories and some facts out there, there is no offer demand forces ruling that mechanics of the market. It's all about them to manage the market as per they will. That's a lot to say. I'm not sure if I understand, but if they want it down or up, they just have the power to do so. Everything around it is just context to justify the movements, pandemic, war, inflation. I don't want to believe that though, man. You know what I'm saying? Like that is a lot of power. I mean, when you start thinking about that's the kind of stuff, that kind of talk right there, Nos, is the kind of stuff that makes me think that one day I just disappear. That's the kind of stuff that makes me think that one day I just disappear, and it makes me scared. I don't like that. I don't like thinking like that. It's dangerous. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories. It could be the big tramp. It absolutely could be, but we've seen time and time and again that they've come in and started bailing it out. They might let this run for a little bit and then bail it out again. I don't know. The time between these VIX failures is starting to become less and less. So you've got failure one where they bailed out failure one right here. Hold on a second. More Powell's bowels. Period number one was right here. They bailed out the market. The market started turning back around again to start failing again, and they bailed it out again starting right here. They actually bailed it out. What was it? Last week? 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago they bailed it out. So you had 4 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4. They bailed it again after, and then almost immediately thereafter, the market starts failing again. So they're going to have to start doing some more bailouts, or they're just going to have to let this thing run. Do you see the red line that I've got in here? This is a reverse speed line. The reason it's a reverse speed line, in my opinion, is because it's the VIX is the opposite of speed lines work going up, not down. So in a sense, it's almost like it's a support line, but I'm calling it a speed line because when the market starts running down, this starts running upwards. So the speed line is inverse. So you got a speed line that it's touched down off of, bounced off of pretty hard. And my guess is that this false breakout where you had 4 red ascending weekly candles. I am looking at this on the weekly, by the way. This is going to start running. And when this does run, this market's going to crash. And by my estimates, it's going to be one of the worst crashes we've seen since 2008. Probably, I mean, not probably, but worse than 2008. This spike right here, this preemptive spike up, is much larger. I can't pull it, but this preemptive spike goes up to 38. The 2008 only goes up to, oh, I'm sorry, the meaty portion of the spike up goes up to 29. The meaty portion of this spike up goes to 33. So this is probably going to be a much larger spike up than even 2008. And part of this is, you can see it right here. You can see the bowl shape that's occurring here. This is basically 2020 not being fixed. This is money being injected into the market and not fixing the problem, and basically going to cause it to balloon and be even worse. Oland, I can see your messages. Hold on a second. I see some messages got hidden. I don't know whose is whose, so I'm just going to add them back in here. So let's see. If Aladdin stuff is true, they're everywhere managing everything. I'm supposed to be on break, guys. Micah said, as a vet, I know some of the things that were briefed on behind closed locked doors definitely made me realize just how powerful our government really is. It can be scary. It can be scary. Coming from a military family that had a high position, it scares me sometimes. Olin says Twitter handle T-Bone has been posting with evidence that the options change data has been being deleted. T-Bone has been posting with evidence that the options chain data has been being deleted. I'm trying to make sense of that. Is it on Twitter? Hey, look at that. My phone's still not charging. It's amazing. Why is my phone not charging? It says it's charging, but it's not. Brian says, now my feet are sweaty. All right, I'm going to go to break, guys, and I'm going to see if I can't figure out what the heck Olin Smith is talking about with the T-Bone posting evidence. I'm assuming that's going to be on Twitter or Reddit. And I'm going to come back a little bit late. I'm going to come back at 2:10. Just because I'm kind of getting out of here late. My fault, I know, but I'm still just going to take a little extra time. Yeah, absolutely, Olin, not a problem. Yeah, no kidding, right, Keto? No kidding. I wonder what would cause that to happen. I'm going to put the Bollinger Bands back up and I'm going to take off, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Well, I don't know why the music just stops. It's kind of weird. And why my phone doesn't charge. Also weird. I did try turning off my phone and turning back on. We'll see if it charges this time. Let's see, we're at 26% now, so we're gonna get some charge out of this. Let me pull up, let me pull up SPY is crashing, VIX is going up. We might become negative beta. I went looking for T-Bone's information that Oland had posted, and I did not see it, so I'm going to search this name out here. Okay, yeah, that's not, yeah, that's not good information. So just because Stonko Tracker has zeros in there doesn't mean that they've erased the options. Oh man, I'm drinking without toasting. What the heck kind of person am I? That's just bad. Bad form, Casey. I'm looking at this information going, I need a drink. It's legit. I need a drink. Let's do a toast. That's so bad of me. What are we gonna toast to today, guys? Let's see. Let me think about this for a second. I know. We're gonna toast to confronting the gamblers within our community. May we have. we're gonna tackle this with an alcoholic toast. To an intervention, with our gamblers within our community, trying to play the options, and patience. And I like that what ABC says to patience. It is great. Find your zen. No expectations. Find your zen. Cheers. How do you get a compulsive, obsessive compulsive behavior gambler out of gambling? Give them alcohol. That's truly the way. Yes, that is correct, Nosa. Free corrective eye surgery at every single one of your local AMC theaters. Wait, I gotta put it back. I gotta put it in here. Habib got his message silenced, so I'm putting the message up for you guys to read. Habib is back. Welcome back, Habib. I have no idea what that means. Olin says, the condensation from my drink during the cheers made my fingers slip and buy more shares. I hate it when that happens. So let me show you what's going on, Oland. Just to throw it out there, just to let me show you what I'm seeing. So first off, when you see, and we've been seeing it for like quite a few days now, when you see this stuff on Stonko Tracker, that doesn't mean that they've erased the board. What it means is that wherever Stonko Tracker pulls their data from is not reporting correctly. I think they get it from Yahoo. Yahoo. Yeah, so not like one of the best sources, right? So I pulled up earlier on Fidelity just to verify the information, and then I calculated it on Fidelity's information there that they had, and I was coming up with like 79,000, 79. I'll give you the exact number: 79,159 options that are out of the money for the calls and open interest. When I ran this, that strike price at the time was up to 1650, which we are above currently. Right this second, we're at 1650, so that number should be holding true because open interest doesn't change until the following day. So later on, Stonko Tracker, I refreshed it, and the data that was there for 429, it was a little bit off, which means that wherever they're pulling their information from, maybe not exactly one of the best sources. I don't know who's more correct or who's less correct, but I'm pulling up Stonko Tracker right now, and it's again showing zeros. Not the case. It's just bad reporting from wherever they're pulling the data from. And the thing is that I think the hedge funds know where we pull a lot of our data from. And if a lot of us use the same sources for data, my guess is that if they don't want us to see something, they're going to start getting a misreporting or some kind of error to show up, so that we don't get the information that we want or that we need to see. So, Nosa, I may have a police officer watching this stream, and um, I'm hoping that they're turning a blind eye. I'm hoping, let's just hope that they're turning a blind eye to my drinking and sitting in the driver's seat. Don't do this at home, kids. Don't. By the way, I am having a brave bull, or otherwise known as an adventurous ape, which we renamed. However, my old tequila source ran out, and I had to move to Sauza. I had an open bottle of Sauza, which is really cheap tequila. It actually still tastes pretty decent, not nearly as good as it was with the other tequila that I was using, which was more of a like Sauza is more like one of those ones you would use for like a mixed drink. The other one that I was using was more of what you would just straight up, you'd use as a shot or drinking. And it's got a different taste to it. It's not nearly as good as it was. It's not as smooth, but it's still pretty decent. Pepe Lopez tequila is the best. I might have to check that out. I'm gonna have to take a run over to Costco. Maybe they got a bottle of that. Dr. No says, Doctor, it's good to see you again, by the way. Attitude is a little thing that makes a big difference. Winston Churchill. It is. It's so true. I had somebody come in today earlier and said, you need to remember that not everybody has as much confidence as you, or as much. I don't think it was confidence. Maybe it was a word similar to confidence. Yeah, maybe it was confidence about this play as you have, Casey. And I was like, how do you know how much confidence I have? I try to remain pretty even keel. I believe that people are holding so long as I can see that you're holding, right? And you guys are doing a damn good job of holding, let me tell you. Really good. And I'm going to continue to believe it, and I'm going to have confidence so long as I see that. And I'm going to report it. I'm going to report it like I'm seeing it. Buck says, I'm not liking Bigham's latest video. Yeah, I watched it. I don't know what to think yet. First off, I don't really think that any of those I don't think that there's any kind of new ruling that they can place or put in place that's going to cause no MOASS. But I mean, I'm going to have to, it's sounding like I might have to do a little bit of a deep dive on this as well. So I might need to go through and kind of read and verify some of the information, and just see what I come up with. I'm going to work on it over this weekend and see what I can figure out. And I guess maybe I'll give my 2 cents on Monday. But there's no rush. I did notice somebody had posted that the ability to put comments, because I guess it's in the comments cycle. Somebody had put in that comments were no longer, the link for the comments was no longer open. Doctor says that David Lauer is going to be doing a space call for NSCC new rules. All right, guys, I'm taking you over the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing here for just a second. Let's cover our numbers one last time. I'll try to make it quick. Off exchange 45.46 and 15.95 an hour ago. Numbers right now are 45.61 and 15.57. The total between that is, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 18. Is that right? 6, 61, 60. Is that right? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 61.17. It's a little bit lower than normal. 61.17 is about 3% normal, less than our normal amount going through the off exchange, which does happen to usually be the case when we have low volume. Then there's less volume going through off exchange as well. Hold on a second, guys. What is wrong with this charger? All right. Ortex reporting 347,000 shares having being on borrowed so far for the day today. It was 351 earlier, so it's a very slight decrease from an hour ago. That's going to put our estimated current short-term interest of the free float at 19.19%. Cost to borrow at 2.12. Refreshing options. Highest amount of options on the calls is at $17.50. An hour ago is 15.1 thousand contracts. It's now 15. Nope. Dang it. It's now $18 with 15. I cannot read. It is still $17.50 with 15.3 thousand contracts versus the 15.1 from an hour ago. On the put side, at a $17 strike price an hour ago, there's 9.2 thousand contracts. There's now 10.6. Man, my eyes are doing tricks on me today. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC currently in 23rd position with 76% buys at 24% sales, looking nice. GME in 30th with 77% buys at 23% sales, looking good as well. 1561 is the trigger price for SSR. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Looks like they've borrowed an additional 50,000 shares. That puts us at 2.15 million shares borrowed for the day today. And yesterday it was 1.65. Fees are at 1.2%. And like I said, the in-the-money options here for the futures are looking kind of like there's nothing here listed, but I'm sure that there is something there actually. 3.8 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 191.8 are out of the money. 24.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the puts versus 33.3 that are out of the money. NASDAQ is down 2.05, Dow Jones is down 2.14, S&P 500 is down 2.18. We currently have 5,646 decliners to 2,058 advancers. The VIX is up 20.55%. IWM is down 2.35. Tesla is breaking even. Amazon is down 2.36. Cinemark is down 0.42. Doge is down 0.11. Bitcoin is down 2.18. GME is down 2.81. HYMC is down 4.46, Hood is down 1.58, and AMC is down 2.43. Inflow versus outflow, we have $3 million more in outflow than inflow. We've traded 23.1 million shares for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 25.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's within the 20 to 40 million shares I suggested earlier this morning. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.41, which is above average or below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.11, which is below average. On the hourly, more buying than selling with 37.49, below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying than selling with an RSI of 44.23. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.04, above average. We did break out of our descending parallel channel, very near the box that I had drawn out. And I had suggested earlier, way earlier this morning, there was a chance we might be trading on a very similar pattern as to yesterday's price movement, and then we might see a close very similar to what the price was for yesterday's price movement, which would put us around like $16.20 by the end of the day. And with that, and that is the rest of the story. Yes, I do think that they'll have an. They did last time, Francis. Last time they absolutely 100% did have an impact on cost to borrow. Boss Blunts is live streaming tonight at 8 or 9. Sammy, congratulations. Take care, Habib. Don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. You guys ever see the cartoon where it was one of those Disney cartoons where it's the I don't remember, it was like the sheepdog and the wolf. They're going and then they're like punching out for the day. See you tomorrow, Bob. Okay, Bill. And they punch out and then they take off. It kind of reminds me of like Habib's like, take care, Casey. You know, I'm like, Habib, you take care too, man. I'm not above, saying have a good weekend. Steven says, haven't the last 3 weeks been around 200,000 calls out of the money? Maybe they need that many to be out of the money just to keep this going. Just a thought. They have been. It was like 300,000 I don't remember which week it was, but it was like 300,000. I think that was last week. 300,000 last week, 200 this week. Hopefully just 100 next week, and then hopefully the options start to dry up. I'm really kind of hoping that's what we're going to see is options dry up next week. It's Sam and Ralph. I appreciate it, Ram. I had no idea what this. Have a good weekend, Sam. See you tomorrow. Or have a good one, Sam. See you tomorrow, Ralph. gone. Whew. It took me 20 minutes to finish that drink. Not bad. You know, that really gets to me, Remtac. You know, we see our politicians talk so much trash, and behind the scenes they like shake hands and give hugs and laugh and stuff, and I don't it's almost like it's a show, you know. It's like, yeah, we put on a good show, didn't we, old Billy? You know, it's like, man, like I don't get it, which, like, you know, you can't, I could never do that. You say some of the things you say about me or my family or whatever, and I'm gonna punch your nose. I'm gonna punch you straight in the face. You go to shake my hand. Don't you dare shake my hand. You said those nasty, awful things about me and my family. I would be. It would just drive me up the. Oh, I could never be a politician. I could never be a politician. I mean, don't you dare talk to me. I'd be Will Smith. Don't you ever let those words come out of your mouth. Yeah, I almost said it. I would. I would walk right up to him and smack him right in the face. I know what you said. Oh man, I'm telling you, I couldn't do it. Politicians, here, have a Coke. Parties during lockdowns. I know. Like, even, I don't know, man. I don't want to get into politics. I really don't want to get into politics, but I just, they talk out of the side of their faces, man. It's just, it kills me. And it's everybody. It's both sides of the aisle. Doesn't matter who it is. It's everybody. Einstein says BBBY halted up. Let's take a look at it. Pretty sure I got BBBY. It would be really simple for me to just type in BBBY, but for some reason I feel the need that I must drive all the way down this list that I have here to find it, because I know I've looked. No, have I never looked it up before? Give me a break. Get out of here. I know I have. Ho 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 ho. Oh my. Yes, sir. Where do we go from? Ho ho ho. 1614 launches all the way up to 1798. Oh, yes, that's beautiful. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's beautiful. I think margins. I think margins are called at 1 Eastern. Somebody want to correct me on that? AP says, good afternoon, Casey and community. Good afternoon, AP. Thick says the first thing to do to learn is to lie, lie, lie. That does look like a margin call on BBBY, but let me verify something, because I think those are supposed to be called in at 10, an hour before the market opens. I think 6, 10, and or I said 6. What am I saying? Hour before market open would be 8:30. So I think they're at like 8:30. Let's see when. There's numbers for this. Hold on a second. Before the trading opens in the morning of the day after the equity and the account fell below the minimum threshold. I thought there were 3 periods of time. It was like just before market opens, something like an hour or something like that, just before the market opens, and then 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. I thought. But I'm going to have to go through. because for it to run like it's running right now, that would not fit those timestamps. The second session takes. Okay, here we go. It says 11:30. Maybe I was thinking 10 my time. The final ETF session kicks in approximately 2:45. The margin selling can last until 2 p.m. and flood the market if there are a lot of margin calls. Let's see here. The final ETF session kicks in approximately 2:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time each afternoon when exchange traded funds have to settle up. Generally, corporate buybacks will cushion the blow to the ETF selling, but buybacks are halted at 3:30 p.m. 3:30. That's it. That's 3:30 p.m. Generally, corporate buybacks will cushion the blow to ETF selling, but buybacks are halted at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every day, so the company cannot control the price of its stock at the close. However, right now the market is so thin that okay, so yeah, I think those are the 3 times. So it's like just before market open, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. And we're 7 minutes past that. So that very well could be, I'm not saying it is, but it very well could be. First one should have been 5 minutes long. It halted at 15:32. That is really darn near close. Somebody needs to check the options on BBBY. See if they opened up a whole bunch of new options on there. Let me see here. I'll try it. Give me a second. There's no way they would have done that today. It would have had to have been next week's options. Let's see here. All apply. Oh, they did. Wait. No, they didn't. Let me look at next week's though. No, doesn't look like they opened up any new options. At least right now it doesn't look that way. The high strike price on this week for BBBY is 45. Next week is 35. And it looks like there's volume and open interest open for both. All numbers have open interest. So yeah, there's no new options opened up here. So was there news? No real news. So let me watch the order book here for just a minute, guys. I know this is the wrong stock and we don't normally watch other stocks. I just want to see the order book here for just a minute. Please forgive me for doing this, but and I'll take you guys over the other page too, and you can watch it as well. Oops, grabbed the wrong thing. Just give me a second here. I just want to watch the order book for just a minute. So I just want to point out to you guys how fast it's moving. Notice that the volume right now is at 6.3. Oh, you can't see it. Volume on this stock is moving up like extremely fast, very fast. Their average 3-month volume per day is 8.09 shares. They're moving up 10,000 shares every second. So they're moving up 100, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. They're moving up 100,000 shares like every 10 seconds. I can take you back to the main screen. You guys could see this if you want to. So there is massive amounts of volume going through here. The minutes, yeah, you can even see it down here. I don't know why I look at it that way. Let's see. So even here you can see in the minutes, this minute right here was 1 million shares, 783,000 shares. You know, each one of these is really close to a million a minute. At this rate, with another additional 20 minutes left to go in the day, I mean, they'll definitely hit past their average 3-month volume at this rate. I just saw 777. That's a recognized as a signal to move the price up. I'm seeing a bunch of 77s. So the sell side has a lot of inventory hitting. So it's not like they don't have there's shares there. They're bleeding shares out of the ask side. The bid side is just kind of, it's just flow. I mean, they're hitting every single stop like pretty tough. I don't know. Somebody got hit. Somebody just got punched in the face. I don't know who. Yeah, I thought about that before AP, and I asked that to Keith, and he said that the algorithms know the difference between people putting in orders and orders that are coming, because you know, each order is, you know, you can see where the order is coming from, right? Like you can see that some of these are coming from TRF, Nasdaq. You can tell where the orders are coming from. So you know, the algorithms know, they know where the orders are coming from, so it's not a big deal. They can tell the difference between your order, your order and somebody else, and plus your order is going through your broker, right? Your broker's gonna trade it with in-house first, and then send it to the market. And they're gonna, their algorithms, their systems are going to, and algorithms are gonna take care of that order for you. Yeah, the volume's already at 9.4 million. When I first started watching, I think we were at about 6 something. So it's really just massively shot up. If we take a look at the rest of the day in contrast, I mean, it just pales in comparison. Is that the right word to use? Pales in comparison, something like that. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that's going to hurt somebody. Remember who you're trading with, guys. Always know who you're trading with. Ah, son of a gun, I clicked the wrong one. There we go. Do remember, institutional ownership what the heck is going on with Fintel? You go to look it up and they won't even give me a percentage. They're gonna make me calculate it out on my own. 515. It's about 20% owned. Well, that's AMC. Hold on a second. Holy smokes. All right, guys. Institutional shares on BBY, guys, is at 106 million shares. The free float's only 70. 70 million shares is the free float. You're trading with, if you're in this position, you're trading now with institutions. When they decide to sell, you're not going to get a chance to move out. You won't get your chance. You'll have to sell before they do, or you're going to miss out. This is why it's really important to know who it is you're investing with. You never just jump into something and not know who you're trading with. Yes, Beebs, it is. So I told you guys I thought maybe we would close around 16:20 today. It's getting close. We got about 10 minutes left here. Let's see, price predictions for the day today. Keto had 16.13 to 19.13, and I had 15.15 to 18.50. Sorry, I said 15.50 to 18.50 is what I said. So let me just figure this out real quick. Let me see if Keto wins or not. What price he's got to win at. $17. Anything less than $17 and I win the week. Keto wins. Let's see. Keto wins at 1732. 1731 or below, I win. $17.32 or higher, and Keto wins. Hey, where's Terrell Parker? Terrell Parker, you still here? Never seen that name before that I can recall. Terrell Parker suddenly jumping in here asking us to check BBB or BBY. Interesting stuff, guys. Very, very interesting stuff. Steven, let's take a look at the Ichimoto just for, shits and giggles. I see. Let's see here. Let's check it on the hour with all this other junk out of the way. And we really needed to hit above 17. Well, I guess honestly, we really need to be above $18. That's where we really needed to be to really get some massive buying push. Look at the majors. NASDAQ down 2.31, Dow Jones down 2.54, S&P 500 down 2.56. The market's on fire. Look, a squirrel. Did you guys hear about Citadel? I mean, dang, I screwed it up. Did you guys hear about Melvin Capital? This is why I don't do well socially in a group of people. I try to throw a joke out and I just screw it up on the fly. Man, what a week it's been, guys. We've been all over the place this week, but we're still here. No expectations. Find your zen. We're still buying. We're still holding. All signs are pointing to us still buying and holding. We have bought the dip incredibly high. High amounts of buying going on. Have you heard about them all? Have you heard about those guys that are, those, whatever, those hedge funds? Have you heard about any of those guys? Buck says, now I want to buy some towels. Yeah, me too, man. Need some nice summertime linens, right? You know what? Oh, I'm gonna let you guys on a little secret. You know those Costco beach towels? I think you know which ones I'm talking about, right? Those really nice beach towels. I'm not talking about your bathroom towels. I'm talking about beach towels. Go buy yourself a set of those beach towels and use them as your shower towels. Legit, you will thank me so much. You won't even like, it'll be the best thing that you've ever done in your entire life. I promise you. Go buy yourself a couple of those towels. It'll be the best thing that's ever happened to you. Best thing. Diet loofah. What the heck is that? Ugh. Yeah, James is pushing for 1651. Just wash towels without fabric softener. Cookie, I'm telling you, go buy some of those Costco beach towels. If you don't have a subscription to or a membership to Costco, just have a friend buy them for you. Give them, $100. Tell them, say, however many towels you can buy for $100. It's a lifesaver. It is the best thing that it will ever happen to you. You will absolutely love it. It's life changing. And with that kind of advice, I can only do one thing from here going forward, because it's that time of the day. And you know what that means? It's time to wrap it up. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, spend time with your family members, your kids, your friends, somebody. Go out and do something this weekend. It's a wonderful weekend, I'm sure, wherever you are. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.